All right. Good morning. It is 9 o'clock, and we will commence with the Wednesday, August 23rd meeting of the Hanford Advisory Board.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the August 23rd Hanford Advisory Board meeting. My name is Lindsay Summers, and I am the Deputy Designated Federal Officer for the Hanford site. As a reminder, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Advisory committees have played an important role in shaping programs and policies of the federal government. The Hanford Advisory Board's role is to provide policy-level advice and recommendations concerning EM site-specific issues such as cleanup activities and environmental restoration, waste and nuclear materials management and disposition, excess facilities, future land use and long-term stewardship, risk management, and communications and outreach. I appreciate your attendance today, and I look forward to the Hanford Advisory Board's development and submission of constructive, actionable, policy-level advice of Hanford cleanup. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tri-Cities for our full board meeting of the HAB. It's great to be here with you, and it's heartening to see so many familiar faces, dedicated board members, and our esteemed agency personnel all gathered for the one purpose regarding environmental remediation and waste management at the Hanford site. Our board meetings are a testament to our collective commitment to our communities and the Hanford site. They are an opportunity for us to come together to learn and share insights, address concerns, and collaboratively chart a path forward. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work that goes into preparing for these meetings. To our board members, thank you for the time and effort you spend reviewing the materials, formulating questions, and engaging in a meaningful discussion. To our agency personnel, your expertise and willingness to provide clarity on complex matters are invaluable to the board being able to do its work. And to the HAB facilitation team, thank you for all the work you do in putting these meetings together and ensuring that everything runs smoothly so we can effectively conduct our business, complete with audio issues. I would also like to take a moment to welcome Judy Talbot, our new facilitator. Judy has over 20 years experience working with diverse interests and constituencies on challenging issues which often entail sensitive contact. She has worked with federal, tribal, state, and local agencies, as well as representatives of industry, agriculture, environmental organizations, rural communities, and underserved constituencies. Please take a few minutes during the breaks to welcome Judy if you have not already had that opportunity. And Judy's sitting right here for anybody that hasn't noticed. The agenda for this meeting lays out the work we have to do over the next couple of days. We have several updates, including one on the status of the 324 building remediation activities. We also have the draft advice recommended by the RAP Committee on transuranic waste management for your review, discussion, and approval. And lastly, we have the upcoming fiscal year 2024 we will have the 2024 work plan and calendar for review, discussion, and approval. Over the course of the next 2 days, I hope you will keep in mind our HAB core values, which are our guiding principles related to Hanford cleanup. As we delve into our agenda, I look forward to a meeting marked with open dialogue, mutual respect, and constructive collaboration that advances our communities and the Hanford site. I wish us a productive and insightful meeting, and thank you all for all you do for your communities and the agencies. Thank you.
My name is Judy Talbot, and while I officially joined the HAB facilitation team on July 5th, I was able to sit in on an executive issues committee meeting at the end of June. I really appreciate the work of the HAB. Contaminated sites is the reason why I got into this work. Very briefly, I grew up in Western New York, and between Love Canal and West Valley, contaminated sites are an important part of my history and background. and have been following the work of Hanford from a distance for quite a while. I look forward to supporting you in the work that you provide going forward. In terms of meeting logistics, the meeting is recorded. Josh is our technical writer. He prepares the notes, and he will also post the recordings of this meeting on the website soon after the meeting concludes. Another important logistics, restroom facilities are out through the door. You make a right and then an immediate left. In terms of the meeting ground rules, we do ask that you listen carefully for understanding, honor the guidance of the chair and the facilitation team, and please continue to be respectful and assume that all participants have good intentions. We know that sidebar conversations sometimes need to take place. Kindly step outside into the hall. Be sure to come back. And then if you would please make sure that your cell phones are on silent. And again, if you need to take a call, step out to the hall. For the agenda review, I hope everybody has the agenda. It's available on the table if you haven't picked it up. After the morning opening session here, updates from the tri-party agreement agencies, followed by public comment. We have 15 minutes for that as currently scheduled, a short break, and then a presentation and discussion on the 324 building. We'll break for lunch, hour and a half to give people time to reach a restaurant and come back. And then the afternoon starts with draft advice on the transuranic waste management, a short break, and then HAB Administrative Business. We'll pause for the evening and reconvene. We'll recess and reconvene tomorrow, where draft advice on the transuranic waste management will be continued, as will HAB Administrative Business. There will be a second public comment period just before lunch. In the afternoon, we'll have committee updates and other or new board business. Is there anything that people expected to see or have questions about on the agenda? All right. And when we move to discussion, one of the things that we'll be working on, there's a lot of technical information being presented today. As we open the discussion, the first thing we'll do is take questions of clarification. If there's anything that you didn't understand, if there's some information that seems to be missing, we will start with questions of clarification so that everybody has an understanding and is on the same page before we launch into discussion. And I'll remind you of that as each agenda item comes forward. If you want to be put in queue, we'll do the first round of questions of clarification first. Please flip your name tent. If you're online, please go into a comment. And as you'll see, when I turn my head, you don't hear me. So if you're talking into the microphone, you need to do your best Mick Jagger imitation. Get really close to that microphone so that we can record you and that everybody can hear you. With that, I think we have everything we need for the meeting logistics items. Approval of the April HAB meeting minutes. Has everybody had a chance to look at them again? We have them in back. Are you prepared to call the question? And is that what you will do?
Has everybody reviewed the minutes? Do we have any requests for clarifications or changes? Okay. Do I have a consensus that they're good to go? I see everybody nodding yes. The April board minute meetings are approved. Thank you.
And then do we have announcements regarding the work of the Hanford project that people would like to present? Ms. Holland?
I just have a question. Normally we have a big bifold deal sitting outside here to let the public know that the HAB is meeting in this room. And I'm wondering where that's at.
Thank you, and we will make sure that a sign gets put up. Thank you for that. Anyone else with announcements or questions? Thanks, Pam. Thank you.
I requested an opportunity to share something. Is that on the schedule or should I just go ahead now? Okay. So I'm sad to tell you that longtime HAB member Norma Jean Tremond passed away this summer. Her husband Henry died in February. And Henry had a stroke last fall, and they moved into a retirement community in Lake Oswego. We went there to see Norma Jean in the spring and had lunch with her daughter Jennifer and Elizabeth, one of her grandchildren. I first met Norma Jean in the early 80s when she was president of the Oregon League of Women Voters, and I was president of the Oregon Women's Political Caucus. Doug and I had dinner with Norma Jean and Henry when they came to town for HAB meetings. And we met up with them many times on our boats in Canada. We are very dear friends, and we miss them. Thank you.
And we're sorry for your personal loss and the collective loss. And while I did not know her, it sounds like a life well lived. So thank you for sharing that. Any other announcements? Well, with that, we will begin with tri-party agreements or tri-party agency updates. And Brian Hawkins, are you first to speak? Oh, all right. Delmar Noyes.
Okay, hopefully everybody can hear. Okay, good, thank you. Welcome. I thank you for the opportunity to give you an update. My name is Delmar Noyes. I'm the assistant manager for Tank Farms, and I will be updating on the tank waste mission. And Brian Harkins, who's the assistant manager for mission support, will be updating the risk mission portion for the Hanford project. Unfortunately, Brian Vance is on travel this week and was not able to attend, so we will do our best to fill in for his lack of presence. With that, we have been, and I think the state will share some positive progress with hiring, and we've done the same, but one of the individuals that I want to recognize in the room is a new assistant manager for river protection. I think everybody's aware that Bill Hamill is retired and Heather Dale has been selected and is in that position. Heather, you want to stand up and say hi? She'll be here the rest of the day, or at least part of the day, so if you have the opportunity to say hi, please do. The Hanford site and the DOE team does value this opportunity to share our accomplishments. I think there's been a lot of amazing progress, a lot of amazing work in front of us, and a lot of challenges that we appreciate the dialogue and the advice and counsel as we move forward. So with that, I will step into the next slide, please. As typical, we just want to kind of start with progress to date and where we've been as we turn around and discuss on where we're going. Obviously, my focus is on the tank waste mission, and we retrieved 20 of the underground tanks, completing all of Sea Farm. We're actively retrieving AX 101 at this time, and I'll give you some more details on that. That would make 21, and next step will be moving into A Farm. We have 540,000 gallons of waste staged for WTP DF-LAW hot commissioning, and as well as a lot of 679 tons of contamination material removed from the groundwater through our over 2 billion gallons a year treated, and more of that will be shared. So we're building from the progress so far. and look forward for a future of even more accelerated progress. Next slide, please. So quickly before we start, this is really a good demonstration of DFLAW, direct feed low activity waste, and what that means and how that moves forward. It'll give a much better explanation of the flow and how that process will work before we start talking to the specifics of the progress we've been making both on the tank farm side, preparing to feed the low activity waste melters, as well as the commissioning activities for the waste treatment plant. So with that, I'm going to start the video.
For people on the Teams call, we'll be posting this, and I'm sorry that it's not being displayed right now.
Let's explore the path of Hanford's tank waste as it undergoes the direct feed low activity waste, or DFLAW, process. Our journey starts in the 200 East area of the Hanford site. There, radioactive and chemical tank waste is consolidated from older single shell tanks to newer double shell tanks. These underground groups of tanks are called tank farms, and the AP tank farm is where the DFLAW process begins. Once in AP farm, the waste will be transferred to AP 107. In this 1 million gallon tank, the waste will be prepared for treatment. Next, the waste is sent to the tank side cesium removal system, or TSCR, where solids and radioactive cesium are removed. The extracted cesium is safely captured in ion exchange columns, which are replaced when full and are securely stored nearby. After TSCR, the pre-treated waste is transferred to tank AP 106, where it is analyzed to ensure it meets treatment specifications. The pre-treated waste from tank AP 106 is transported to the low activity waste facility in underground transfer lines. Here, the waste undergoes vitrification, a process that mixes the liquid waste with glass-forming materials at high temperatures to transform it into stable glass. The mixture is then poured into stainless steel containers for cooling and solidification. Once the waste has been poured into stainless steel containers, they are loaded onto specially designed transport vehicles. These vehicles transport the containers to the cooling pads, where they are placed to continue to cool down and solidify. This step ensures the integrity and stability of the containers before proceeding to the next stage. The containers are carefully positioned on the cooling pads, allowing them to undergo controlled cooling and solidification for long-term storage and disposal. After the containers have sufficiently cooled and solidified on the cooling pad, they are transported to the Integrated Disposal Facility, or IDF. At the IDF, the containers are carefully placed into an engineered landfill facility designed for safe disposition. Multiple layers of protective materials, such as soil and engineered barriers, ensure long-term containment. Now, let's explore the radioactive liquid waste and effluents generated from vitrification. The radioactive liquid waste and effluents generated from vitrification are diverted to the effluent management facility, where it is processed and either returned to the low activity waste facility for vitrification, or the less radioactive portion can be sent directly to the liquid effluent retention facility. The treated wastewater from the effluent management facility is then transported to the liquid effluent retention facility, or LERF. At LERF, the wastewater is securely stored in specialized basins, ensuring its safe retention and isolation. Stringent monitoring and maintenance protocols prevent any potential release of chemical contaminants, ensuring the safe storage of the waste until it is processed through the effluent treatment facility. The direct feed low activity waste process plays a crucial role in the ongoing cleanup mission at the Hanford site. By guiding the hazardous waste from AP Farm through various stages of treatment, the DFLAW process ensures the safe management of radioactive waste. The Hanford site's legacy and ongoing cleanup efforts serve as a testament to the innovation and determination of those involved in this complex undertaking. The implementation of advanced technologies within stringent safety measures and rigorous quality control protocols demonstrates the Hanford team's dedication to safeguarding the environment, public health, and future generations. The DFLAW process, combined with other remediation activities across the Hanford site, is delivering significant progress in addressing historical challenges and ensuring the long-term protection of the Columbia River and surrounding ecosystems.
Thanks. Next slide, please. So just to walk into a little bit more detail on some of the progress made in the waste treatment plant. In the slide here, what you see is on the top picture, they're actually introducing the frit, the glass forming material, clean material into the melter. They're actually standing on the top of the melter there, which is how we initiated the heat up and initial glass in the melter. Basically, the cables you see around there are temporary heaters that are in the slots that bubblers would normally be in. Those are used for the heating up the melter from ambient temperature. And once we got to the appropriate temperature, we added this glass formers and have established a glass pool in the melter. On the bottom picture, that's an exciting picture for us. It's kind of boring, but that is actually looking into the pour spout of the melter, and that glow is really from the 2100 degree pool of glass that's actually in the melter. We resumed melter 1 heat up in June 24th of this year and reached our operating temperature of 2100 degrees Fahrenheit on July 20th. It was a very slow ramp up using those temporary heaters, adjusting as the metal and materials expanded throughout that process. Once we got to that, we held that temperature for about 5 to 11 days to let the temperature equalize across the full pool as well as the refractories and the material of the melter itself. So we basically declared melter 1 heat up complete as of July 24th. Since that time, we have continued to move forward as the pictures indicate and added frit, which is basically glass forming materials, and begin forming the glass pool in the melter. We add this using the temporary heaters to establish that pool of glass in the melter. We've added about 26,000 pounds of frit so far. This is as of this Monday, and a plan to add about 13,000 more for about 40,000 pounds. We did initiate joule heating August 7th. That is transitioning from those temporary startup heaters that originally heated up the melters to the actual production mode of operation. These melters use the glass pool itself and 2 conductors on both sides, a bit more complicated than that, and basically induce a current through that glass, and the resistive nature of the liquid glass causes the continued heating process. So we're on joule heating about halfway. We still have temporary heaters in place, and we'll continue to add frit into the melter to get it up to the operational level and stabilize that for a while. The team is also preparing to initiate the heat up of melter 2 this fall. So all the lessons learned, all the updates and actions that we've taken from the power lessons learned that we accomplished have all been modified and updated on melter 2 in parallel. So once we are up and running on this, we will switch and start up melter 2. In addition, the next step after we get the melt pool full will be the initial pour of, and this is all clean glass, into a canister to demonstrate we can do that. So it's an exciting time for the waste treatment plant project team and the Hanford site as a whole, as we actually have a melter, and not only is a hot melter, we have a melter full of glass beginning the initial runs. We will next step into simulants and begin to fully test the capability over the next few months. Next slide, please. On the tank farm side, on the feed side of the equation, a couple of pictures here. The top is a picture of those ion exchange columns that we're using in the tank side season removal facility or capability, TSCR as we call it. That's the storage pad for the materials. On the bottom is some workers inside the actual enclosure doing work as we do in between the campaigns. We run a batch, we fill up 2 of the ion exchange columns. Those columns are shelf shielded and have that resin material inside them that captures the cesium and holds it in a non-releasable manner. Between the campaigns, we will go in, replace 2 of those canisters, and then move forward with the next batch. There's 3 canisters in the TSCR unit, so we replace 2, and the third one is brought up and becomes the first one in the line, i.e. sees the highest level. So we change out 2 each batch of the 3. We've completed 3 batches. We have about 541,000 gallons of treated waste in AP 106 at this time, and we're gearing up to start the next batch 4, here beginning of this month. We anticipate basically 5 batches will complete the feed that's in AP 107, which is our first quote-unquote campaign. We are at this point roughly 55% complete with that first campaign through the TSCR operations. All the resin performance and facility performance parameters are consistent with our testing results. So the machine itself is working as planned, as designed. And obviously this is a demonstration project, so we're learning a lot of lessons learned and ways to improve this that we're incorporating into the initial design evaluations for the replacement capability that will continue to feed WTP beyond the TSCR operations. And just to remind everybody, TSCR was a shorter term demonstration project. Always intended to be followed up with a larger permanent capability that will be able to meet and exceed the WTP throughput even at max design rates. Next slide, please. Another key element of the DFLAW operations is the integrated disposal facility. This is the facility that the treated glass and the canisters will be disposed in, as you saw in the video. What you see in the picture on top is the actual RCRA permitted landfill, and below is one of the 2 400,000 gallon leachate collection tanks. One of the important recent accomplishments has been, 1, satisfactorily completing the leak test of both the primary and secondary liners of those tanks, as well as adding that dome-looking cover over the top of them for both of the 2 leachate tanks, and you can see them on the bottom there of the top picture. Completing the leak test, this is another step of the progress moving forward to make this facility operational to support low activity waste glass production when we begin treating actual tank waste. One of the things I wanted to flag here, we are continuing to work with the state on the permit, but one of the kudos I'd like to throw out to the state is they work very, very productively with the department and EPA and getting all the RCRA permits that are associated with the DFLAW program moving forward. I think there was 79 of them. I think there's 3 air permit from the Department of Health that we're still working through, but that's well on the way to being done. That was a huge lift from both our team, but the state's team and EPA's team as well, doing all the associated permitting process. Everything that we're talking about here in the treatment system is RCRA related and permitted under TSD requirements. Next slide, please. And being Tanks Farms, this is to me the most exciting one, but as I mentioned, we are continuing retrieval progress. And we'll transition to two images here. This is AX101, and this is as it was pre-retrieved, and we'll in a minute show you it as it is today. We are about 57% done. This tank was about 373,000 gallons. So it essentially had more waste than all three of the associated AX tanks, AX 102, 103, and 104. So AX Farm has 4 total tanks. This is the last of the 4. So when we finish this, that will be the second full tank farm of single shell tanks that we have completed retrievals. What you see here is this tank is mostly salt cake, about 323,000 gallons, some interstitial liquids, and about 2,000 gallons of sludges. So most of that is a salt cake material. You can't really tell here, but it's actually white in color. The columns in the center are the airlift circulators. They were used during cooling during operations. And when I show you the after picture, you'll see how much of that waste we were able to remove, both on the airlift circulators themselves, as well on the internal sides of those. We have not focused on the walls yet. And essentially what we're doing at this point, since the salt cake material is essentially just adding water, and like table salt, it dissolves in water. We get up to the maximum saturation of the water and then pump that solution out into AZ102. And that's been very effective so far, removing the bulk wastes. And like I said, we're over 50% retrieved at this point. You want to show the as-is current picture? So this is a current picture. The red line there is at least some attempt to give you some sense of where the level was before. And again, this is a mosaic of lots and lots of pictures. So it's a little bit odd looking. But as you can hopefully see, the airlift circulators, you can see all that material that was on those has been washed off to a very clear metal content. We think that we'll actually be able to demonstrate that there's a lot less on the residual surfaces in some of our previous tanks, as well as we've been able to flush water through the internals of those airlift circulators, remove the waste in there, which is important because if we don't demonstrate that, then that would have to be considered volume residual in the tank, even if it's not physically full. We have not, as I mentioned, worked on the walls, so you can kind of see some of the material on the walls. At some point, we'll begin working on that, but right now we're focused on the material in the tanks and doing the dissolution of that. So that really represents about 50% of the retrievals. Matter of fact, as of this morning, we are recircling for the next transfer to AZ102 to continue that retrieval operations, going very well and staying well within our water budget as well. It's expected to not be completed retrieved until the spring of 24, just based on the volume as we move forward. In parallel with these activities, we're preparing and have been for the last 3 or 4 years for the next tank farm, single shell tank farms in the sequence to be retrieved. That's A farm. We have been working over the last 3 years preparing for that. As of July, the last sluicer or last piece of old equipment was removed from the A farm, providing access for all the materials and equipment we need to install to begin retrievals. So we're moving into installing equipment for A101, which will be the first tank in the 3rd tank farm after we complete both C and AX farms. So continue to move forward and manage our available DST space until we get the WTP online, which will begin to remove that supernate from our double shell tanks, as well as get the evaporator back online. Next slide, please. Kind of the last thing I wanted to emphasize and discuss with you, at least on the tank waste mission part of the Hanford mission, is our test bed initiative. And just a little background, This has been a series of steps to demonstrate potential use of grout for treatment of the low activity waste fraction, or at least potential. That decision has not been made yet, but a demonstration of those capabilities. Working with the state and the EPA, we did a 3-gallon demonstration in 2017 that basically used sample material that we already had available in the lab. We pre-treated it. This is using the same resin material that we're using in the tank side season removal system, just in a different configuration. They did that in the laboratory at a laboratory scale, and then basically demonstrated the regulatory process and the ability to treat and dispose at a commercial facility. In that case, it was Waste Control Specialists in Andrews, Texas. The next phase or test bed initiative, as we're talking about here, is a 2,000-gallon demonstration that we're working on. The picture on the right there is actually a pump and filters and ion exchange material that will be doing the, equivalent treatment that we're doing in Tisker, but do that in SY 101 to be able to treat the 2,000 gallons. That is specifically designed for a 2,000-gallon capability in SY 101 tank itself. The picture on the top left is really part of preparing to that. We're installing the vapor monitoring detection system, which is the system like we have in the east area where our active tank farm activities are going, that will apply real-time monitoring of any vapors in the air, so we can monitor the conditions for protection of the workforce and the environment. And then the bottom one is actually a push core sample as part of our preparation and characterizing the soils around the SY farm in support of these activities. Next slide, please. This is just a quick graphic of the test bed initiative they're talking about. We would, once we've completed the permitting process, which is working with the state and all the other associated preparations for that, we would install the test equipment in the tank, SY 101 in this case, pre-treat it, confirm the treatment, and pay those in commercially transportation totes. The plan would be then split that sample, basically have 1,000 gallons get pre-treated, grouted, and disposed of in the Waste Control Specialists, which is the one commercial facility we use for the 2-gallon demonstration, and the other 1,000 gallons to the other commercial entity capable of receiving and disposing of this waste, which is Energy Solutions, which is in Clive, Utah. So the intention as it stands right now is to do this test later this year after we get the permitting processes all completed. NEPA documentation has already been completed, including evaluation of the transportations of potentially liquids and or solids to these disposal facilities. And that's all been through at this point. So this, as we talk in the budget perspective, has been funded. And we're just standing by to execute it once we get all the printing and paperwork in place. Again, just another step forward, not precluding any decisions one way or the other, but to collect more information for both the agencies and EPA to better understand the regulatory process and the viability of potentially a grout supplemental treatment for low activity waste in parallel with and in support of the direct feed low activity waste we will be treating in the waste treatment plant and the continued development and construction of the WTP high-level waste capability for the high-level waste fraction. At this point, I think I will hand the discussion over to Mr. Harkins to talk about the risk reduction activities.
Good morning, and thank you for attending. You got to get closer. Okay. Thank you for attending. Just one item to adjust as we introduced Heather. It's been so ingrained in us to talk about river protection. We actually would like to introduce Heather as the assistant manager for river and plateau. So we were slightly off on that, but thank you for bearing with us. So next slide, please. So as I go through the update here, I'm going to read through some of the accomplishments and what's going on. So this is the 100K area. The pictures you see here are the crews that are making progress in packaging and isolating the debris to prepare for the 1.2 million gallon spent fuel basin dewatering, which is expected to begin at the end of the calendar year. The dewatering will allow the workers to then grout and remove the basin. So a huge step forward for us. The water from the basin will be trucked to the effluent treatment facility for treatment. And stabilizing and removing the basin is an important step for the protection of the river. We're also working in the 100K area. There's a dig there. The crews are supporting soil remediation and making progress removing the overburden and the materials and breaking and loading the concrete out. It was part of an old oil bunker. The contaminated material from the dig site remediation is being safely disposed of at the Erdif facility. And Dewey and the contractors collect samples and analyze the soil samples, and will work with ecology to confirm when the remediation is complete and the dig site is cleaned. So a huge step forward, again, in protecting the river as we remove those contaminants away from the river. Next slide, please. Actually, my notes actually also talk about the K area annex. So we've started work there in the K East reactor. I believe it was turned over to long-term steward. I think this week. I've been on, Heather's nodding, so thank you. So it's a huge step forward, and it, as was one of our goals, was to turn that over to long-term stewardship. So this slide, the WESIF dry storage project, the progress continues on the project to move the 1,936 cesium and strontium capsules from the underwater storage that they're currently in to the waste encapsulation and storage facility to a nearby dry storage pad. Transferring the capsules to dry storage will enable the planned deactivation of the aging facility. Construction has been completed in the dry storage area. You can see the pictures there. Modifications continue inside WESIF to support installation and operation of the capsule transfer equipment. Testing of the cast storage system is set to start soon at a full-scale mock-up constructed at the Hanford's maintenance and storage facility. Next slide, please. Groundwater. We have at this point focused the treatment of groundwater and the 200 West treatment facility. We continue to remove contaminants in those areas. The well drilling activities are ongoing, both the Central Plateau and River Corridor areas. For calendar year 23, 13 wells are completed and 11 wells are in progress, which is on track to meet the TPA milestone for well installation. Our groundwater treatment team recently achieved more than 2 billion gallons of water treated and counting for the 9th consecutive year. So it is a very successful treatment program. Next slide, please. Risk reduction at Pyrex. What you see here is the crews continue to make progress preparing the acid storage area for demolition, scheduled to begin in August. You see pictures of them tearing down the tanks. They also have a demo project outside the main canyon, which includes removal of 2 above ground tanks, and are on track to be completed by the end of September to meet the TPA milestone. I've been here over 30 years, and this is the first real activity that I've seen, because I never worked in Pyrex. First real activity of where we're starting to make progress on Pyrex. So next slide, please. Infrastructure. Oh, sorry, before you do that, you also see here I'm drawing a blank. This is the new ventilation system that's being installed at Pyrex. Sorry, Redox, excuse me, not Pyrex, Redox. Thank you. All right, now next slide. All right, so infrastructure. So as we progress the mission, the infrastructure both needs to be upgraded because of the aging infrastructure is there, as well as progress in front of the cleanup mission to ensure that the infrastructure is in place. The picture on the left is the transmission power system line that is being replaced. So it's a joint project between BPA and DOE. This will allow for continued high power or high voltage supply to support the mission. This replaces an aged line that was degraded in its performance. On the right-hand side, you see the crews placing the lid or the dome on top of the water storage tank. This tank is a 1.5 million gallon tank to store potable or sanitary water, excuse me, after it's been treated through the water treatment facility. Water treatment facility located right next door is under construction. It is replacing a 1940s vintage water treatment facility. It will give us additional capacity to support the cleanup mission, as well as upgrade to a new, more reliable format. And one thing of note is, as we work around Hanford, we often talk about worker safety and the progress. This water plant not only provides reliability, but it removes one of the most significant worker hazards, and that is the old facility used chlorine, thank you, chlorine for treatment purposes. The new facility uses a membrane, so the removal of that chlorine hazard is a huge step forward when we switch over to the new plant. Next slide, please. Just a note, it's not really on the slide here, but just a note that we are going to be updating the new Hanford.gov website, a new look and feel to it. And so it should come on board here in about the first or second week of September. Encourage you to go take a look at it, and we hope it will be more useful for people and more intuitive on how it works. So with that, I think it's all for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. And also thanks for the behind the scenes work of the team to get those slides up on the team's presentation. Next coming up is the presentation from EPA or Ecology. So that'll be Stephanie Schleif, and we'll bring that up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Should I wait a minute until we're able to pass out slides?
We're good.
All right. Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. I am Stephanie Schleif. I'm the acting nuclear waste program manager for Ecology. David Bowen is the permanent program manager, and he's been on a summer assignment at our central regional office for this summer. So I'm excited to be here with you this morning. I'm also excited that David's going to be back on Friday, and I will be going back into my permanent job, which is the deputy of the nuclear waste program. With that, you can take us to the next slide, please, Ryan. We have a pretty standard agenda for you this morning. We'll talk about our recruitment, similar to what Zelmar did, cover outreach, education, and HAB recruitment. We're going to turn it over to Ryan for that discussion. Talk a little bit about Hanford site funding, tri-party negotiations, tri-party agreement compliance activities, and then finally compliance and permitting. Next slide, please. recruitment, I am very excited to say that we have gone from having a high of as many as 31 vacancies in June of last year down to just 12 vacancies. Right now, we're staffed at about 89 people. We would consider that about normal staffing for ecology. Right now, we do have 2 vacancies that are in some form of recruitment, whether that's they're posted or we are conducting interviews, reference checks. So essentially, our hiring is slowing down, and we're very grateful to be at that point. One other big priority for us, and I think we've shared this at previous HAB meetings, is knowledge transfer, succession planning. We have a lot of folks within our program who have a lot of really great history and knowledge, and so we want to assure that as we're bringing on new folks, especially we've seen in the last year and a half, 2 years, we're setting them up for success, including any folks that might be nearing retirement. And then we also just included a link here. If you're interested or know anyone who's interested in a job at Ecology, there's a link to where our open positions are. And that's not just for the nuclear waste program, that's for the whole agency across the state of Washington. Next slide, please. All right, I'm also really excited to do a couple of introductions myself here at the HAB this morning. We have 2 new managers with us. We have Teresa Howell and Beth Rochette. They're right there in the back in the front row. Thank you for standing up. I'm very excited to say they were selected in their positions. Beth is our new cleanup section manager. As of April, she replaced Nina Menard in the same position. Some of the scope that Beth manages, is the single shell tanks, groundwater, the 216 cribs, ditches, and ponds, chemists, and our hydrogeologist team. A lot of really important work. Beth comes to us. She actually came to Ecology, I think back in 2003, here are my notes, and has previous lab and supervisory experience in academia. She has a BS and MS in geology and a PhD in soil science and soil chemistry. So welcome, Beth. Thank you so much for coming down this morning so the HAB can meet you in person. I'm sure you'll be seeing her similar to what you did, Nina, in RAP subcommittee meetings. And then Teresa Howell is our new tri-party agreement section manager. Many of you had the opportunity to work with John Price. John Price has moved on to a new position, and Teresa started as the tri-party agreement section manager again in April. She joined our program in 2017, and prior to that has 11 additional years experience working at the Hanford site for various contractors like Washington Closure Hanford, AECOM, and PNNL. She has a BS in biology and a certificate with Tribal Nations. Also want to mention tri-party agreement section, in addition to being our lead negotiator for all things tri-party agreement, which is very exciting, also manages our compliance team and natural resource damage assessment. So thank you, Teresa, for coming out this morning. And then we can go to the next slide, and I'm going to turn it over to Ryan to cover the next few slides for ecology.
Perfect. Thanks, Stephanie. So our education outreach this year, we've really kind of come out of the pandemic from last year. We've done more than 32 in-person and virtual education outreach events so far this year from January through the end of July. And just some of those events included, we attended the Earth Day at the Reach, returned to the River Salmon Festival in Walla Walla. We presented to a ton of classrooms and community organizations. So it's a really important part of what we do, and I think it's super valuable to go out and reach out to a variety of audiences, whether it's civic organizations or school children. Some of our recent ones, Ginger went up to Oroville to a 6th grade field school. They were up at a camp, and so she went up with them and did some presentations. And we also did a blog on it. If anybody's interested, I can give you the link later. And then I went to the Youth Heritage Project sponsored by the Department of Historic Preservation back in, I think it was July, which brought 42 students from 30 communities to learn about Hanford. And so those 2 most recent events you can actually see there's pictures of on the slide. And our virtual Let's Talk About Hanford series has continued. We've actually held a couple this year, not just one, but our most recent one was on June 1st, and we brought on and super excited to have 1X Red Elk from the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation who discussed first foods. And if anybody's interested, we do have that recording up on both our Ecology Facebook and YouTube channels, and it was a really great event. And we're planning to potentially have our next one, I think, in fall time. More details to be announced. And on our next slide, while we have new staff staff stepping into new positions, many of you know Ginger. She has been with Ecology for almost 22 years at the nuclear waste program and has been just a pillar of our outreach and education work. And as many of you know, has served and supported, not served, but supported the HAB for a vast majority of this time. So many of you know her and have worked closely with Ginger. And of course, in addition to the education outreach work, she's supported our general communications, public involvement, and just general Hanford work here at the nuclear waste program. She's going on to a new position with our Department of Ecology Central Regional Office in Union Gap. But I think I saw Ginger walk in. If you wanted to stand up real quick, Ginger, and I just wanted to recognize you for all the work you did. So thank you. And today will be Ginger's last HAB meeting, at least with the nuclear waste program. She might come and drop into future ones and say hello, but feel free to snag her during a break if you want to chat with her. And she's got a really exciting new position, and we're super excited for her. But again, a huge loss for our program. And next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about new HAB member recruitment, and I'll first preface and say this is an effort between all three TPA agencies. I was just the one that was going to share about it today, but our primary HAB member recruitment for the next recruitment cycle is going to be September 1st to October 31st. That's roughly the formal recruitment cycle. We're tentatively planning some different actions, including a TPA announcement sometime the first week or so of September. We're going to be doing a lot of direct outreach to organizations to see if either they're interested in serving or if they know, individuals that are interested in serving on the HAB. Planning, a variety of social media posts, developing some flyers for libraries and colleges. And our pitch to the HAB members is if you know anybody interested in serving on the HAB or somebody who might be interested in serving on the HAB, please reach out to them, share our information. The application is actually directly available on Energy's website on the HAB page now. So thanks to Lindsay for getting that up there and for the DOE web team. So you can actually just get the application directly rather than having to ask us for it, and we send it over email. So when we do the recruitment cycle, please all HAB members just reach out to folks, individuals or organizations that you think might be interested in, and you can direct them to any of Roberto, myself, or Lindsay primarily, if they're interested, and we can give more information. And our application review is tentatively, going to be November following the formal recruitment. And if we have, a wide variety of applicants, we'll probably be doing interviews, and we'll work on that between the TPA agencies. And the plans to submit the packet to USDOE headquarters mid-January. In other news, I'm not sure if Lindsay was going to cover this at some other point, but the current HAB member packet from our recruitment cycle last year has already been approved by headquarters, and those HAB members are all good to go. So that's a lot earlier than last year. If you guys remember last year, the packet didn't get approved till I think November, early December. So we got all the new members approved months in advance and before they even start in October. So that was super exciting news. And thanks to Energy for being able to get that done early. And I'll toss it back to Stephanie.
Thanks, Ryan. All right, so next we wanted to talk to you a little bit about Hanford site funding, in particular FY24 funding and what it's looking like for Hanford. President Biden proposed a record $3 billion allocation for the Hanford site. The FY24 Senate and House budgets we're seeing are also about $3 billion. If passed, that would increase from what we saw in the last two fiscal years, up from 2.84 to 2.7 billion respectively. Of course, it's not just us that's been advocating for Hanford to get adequately funded, and for that matter, all of the DOE EM sites to get adequately funded. Many of you have helped advocate for the appropriate funding, and we are very grateful for that. We continue to be hard at work, though, on FY24 funding. Our Director Watson, and Special Assistant to the Director, Charlotte Minna, visited DC in June. They met with Senate, House, and Office of Management and Budget staff to answer questions and to thank them for their ongoing efforts supporting FY24 budget. In addition, we as Ecology have contracted with NS Feldman Solutions, or VNF. They are located in DC to help keep us in the loop for essentially DC happenings related to budget. And we have found that so far that has been very helpful to us, knowing who we need to talk to when we need to talk to them to keep Hanford on everyone's radars as a really important cleanup site. Go to the next slide, please. Now to talk a little bit about tri-party negotiations, and I'm sure folks aren't surprised to see holistic negotiations as our #1 bullet here. We did announce back in May that the tri-parties and Department of Justice reached a conceptual agreement and are working through agree-to changes. We don't have any details at this point in time about when we will have those details out for public comment. We continue to have discussion though, and we're hopeful that it won't be too long. Next, we are anticipating negotiations on M15, M16, and M85 milestone series in the coming fiscal year. I heard that might happen maybe in spring. For those folks, I wasn't sure how familiar folks are with the various series of milestones. So M15 in general covers cleanup decisions and documents needing to be completed. M16 is more execution, fieldwork, implementation of cleanup activities. And then M85 covers canyon disposition. So again, Delmar talked about, or I guess it was Brian talked about redox and Purex, so canyon facilities. And then lastly, we also just wanted to provide an update on M35. M35 has to do with data access. We continue to be in discussion with Department of Energy and Department of Justice on a resolution and settlement associated with M35. There is a milestone associated with that we do keep extending pending reaching agreement. So we're hopeful it won't be too long before we're able to announce an agreement on that. Next slide, please. We also wanted to take a similar opportunity to what Delmar did to mention the melter heat up and all of the progress that's happening at the low activity waste facility. We really want to offer special congratulations, not just to Energy, but the contractor and everyone who's helped get to this significant milestone. It's great to see law operational. We do look forward to continue to see that commissioning progress that Delmar talked about. It's going to be a big next couple of years for the Hanford site and for us at Ecology. And then Delmar mentioned all of the permitting that we did to support it. So also recognizing everyone within our program who reviewed permits. There were a lot of them, and many of them were the same staff that were supporting multiple permit modifications. And I think overall we were really pretty successful in getting all of that work done and not impacting the field work. And then lastly, our director let us know that Melter Heat Up actually made the governor's newsletter. So we're not the only ones celebrating the great progress at the Hanford site. It's at the highest levels of state government. It's being recognized. Next slide, please. So we also provide you normally a compliance update for where we're at for compliance inspections. This particular slide speaks to dangerous waste compliance inspections. That might cover generator activities. It might cover interim status units. Those are units that aren't in the permit, and it also covers final status units. Over the course of a year, we are required to do about 40 dangerous waste inspections at the Hanford site. That's a pretty big number. This slide lists the units in particular that we inspected from April to June of 2023, and I think fully staffed, we have about 4 compliance inspectors. 5. Teresa just held up 5. Thank you, Teresa. So, and then one other thing of note is once an inspection is completed, we might request records, but when we're finally done, the compliance inspector will draft up a report, and if there are any areas of concern or non-compliances, those are documented in a compliance report. So the next slide is the list of compliance reports that we issued from April to June. And for ease of you to take a look at those, we did hyperlink to each one if you want to go out and take a look at, in particular, any findings or non-compliances. You can continue on to the next slide. The next slide is a new slide for us. We didn't want to leave out our air operating permit. In addition to the Hanford Site-Wide Dangerous Waste permit and the dangerous waste activities, we also are in charge of the air operating permit at the Hanford site. This slide provides a summary of the discharge points in that permit that we have completed inspections on. There are 66 discharge points in the air operating permit. And versus dangerous waste inspections that are on an annual basis, these are inspected every 3 years. After these inspections, again, we'll issue a letter or report to the Department of Energy of anything of note in those inspections. Next slide, please. And then we also just want to mention any opportunities for public input. We have a couple here. The first one is the state waste discharge permit miscellaneous streams That public comment is actually due to start today. It might even be out on our website right now. Ryan's nodding his head. So if you're interested in going out and reviewing that permit, it is an open comment period. And then next, Delmar gave a great overview of the 2,000-gallon test bed initiative demonstration. That will have an associated research development and demonstration permit. That's the type of permit that we use when an entity wants to demonstrate or test out a treatment to ensure it works. It will have a public comment period associated with it, 45 days. Right now, that is scheduled to start in October. However, I have heard that that is probably due to slip a few weeks. Right now, we issued a letter, I think it was maybe about a month ago, and it was the completeness letter, and we listed some technical deficiencies that we're still working through with the Department of Energy to resolve. So depending on how long that takes, that will dictate when we go out for public comment. Next slide, please. Then we just want to provide you again an update for the Hanford site-wide permit renewal. We do continue to work really hard along with the Department of Energy and the contractors in workshops to move forward with the site-wide renewal. Those workshops are, again, to address deficiencies with that permit and get it ready for public comment. We are elevating issues quickly to get to resolution. We are all committed in seeing that happen and getting out to public comment in 2024. I am excited to say that 12 unit groups are complete or nearly complete. I think that number is actually even higher now. And if you're wondering how many will be in the site-wide permit, I think it is upwards of 30. So I think last I heard is maybe around 36. And we are planning on scheduling a 120-day public comment period in early 2024. And Ryan and the remainder and the other communication staff that we have are building a robust communication plan for us for how to get that out for public comment. We have folks, I think, are smiling. They know how big that permit is going to be with about 36 units, each with about 10 addenda. It's going to be a very big permit, and it's not going to be easily digestible for anyone to review and comment on. So it's in the forefront of our minds as we put together that communication plan about putting that permit out for public comment. With that, I think that's my last slide, other than just our acronyms, and one more slide, and I think that is it for me. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much for 2 of the 3 teams agencies presenting here. And we have Dave Einen from EPA to close out the tri-party agreement agency updates.
Thank you. And as per usual, I don't have a presentation, and I will keep it short. Again, I am Dave Einen with EPA. Should be pretty familiar by now. I don't have any personnel changes to announce, but I do, of course, want to welcome Heather and to congratulate Beth and Teresa on your new roles. And Ginger, thank you for everything you've done. Not just for Hanford, but for our region. You've been an advocate, and I really appreciate the work you do. And I'm excited that you're sharing those talents with Union Gap, but sad that we won't have them. I'd like to take this opportunity to, obviously my office deals with CERCLA and the cleanup program, but so this isn't really ours, but I really want to salute the Department of Energy and their contractors and ecology on the exciting glass news. That it's an amazing achievement, and it made my headquarters program weekly as well. I made sure they knew about it and could share the news, because people all over care about Hanford and the success out here. So the one piece of kind of programmatic news to share, and it's sort of old news in a way, but it's just got formalized last week. It's for PFAS, the per and polyfluorinated alkyl substances. We had the one lifetime health advisory of 70 parts per trillion, and there was a kind of a general, okay, that should be your screening level, and that was from a few years ago. And we put out a new lifetime health advisory and some new regional screening levels, that are much lower than that. And so finally, last week, EPA formally rescinded using that 70 parts per trillion for any purpose. So that's one thing I wanted to share. Again, most other people, agencies and so forth, haven't been using that for a while because they've seen the new science. And that's the bottom line, is just use the current science. That's what we're supposed to be doing now. And those are really the only things I wanted to cover this morning. And so I'll end there and get to questions.
Thanks all. And we have a list of, we have a queue already started. As a reminder, we're going to start with questions of clarification to make sure that everyone is understanding the information that's been provided. And we'll start with the first three, Tom, Jeff, and Mia. So Tom, to you. And yes, thanks for getting close to the microphone.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of information there. So I think some of my questions might be considered clarification. So I'll start there. Ryan, you mentioned the new member recruitment and potential new organizations. Does that mean that the MOU is also moving forward with renegotiation, memorandum of understanding between the TPA agencies about the HAB to make sure that that document reflects the organizations that are on the board?
Good question, Tom. Excuse me, that's really loud. We're working with EPA and DOE on potential administrative updates just to make sure that, because the MOU, there's two different numbers currently for members. So we're currently working with the agencies to do administrative updates to just make sure that it's reflective and accurate. And there's also a couple typos in it. So we're still working on those. And I think that's over with EPA and DOE right now for their review for those potential edits. But that's kind of where that's at.
Okay. And then for the TPA negotiations, should we be looking at those for the work plan for next year as well? The M16, M15, and M85, clarifying.
I don't know on that. Teresa, what are your thoughts?
It's fiscal year, so October through September.
So I'd say yes.
Hey Tom, I would probably classify that maybe as like an emerging issue that when it's timely to talk about, I think we can bring that. I could talk with Lindsay and Roberto and the agencies and have leadership and bring it when it's ripe to talk about. Since I don't think we have a super set schedule on them right now, but I'll make sure that the HAB knows about them.
Okay. And then,
Thank you, Ryan. I agree with that.
and then one clarifying question for DOE, and then I'll enter the queue for technical questions later. With the website update, is that changing the administrative record at all, or just sort of a facelift on the website?
And Patrick, if you want to go up to the mic and kind of explain the updates, it looks like it is only a visual update, correct, Patrick?
You hear me? Yeah. Yes, it'll just be a look and feel. No websites will really change. The administrative record will be untouched.
All right, is that it for the clarifying questions? Okay, very good. Jeff, over to you.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of the new people coming on board. I no longer feel like the absolute newest people on the HAB or in the TPA. So congratulations. I did have a clarification question on the Tisker resin containers. That's high-level waste, correct? And it's going to sit there on those pads for 40 or 50 years?
I wouldn't call it high-level waste or low-level waste. We haven't actually made that formal determination, but it is captured on the resin bed. So it's a safe storage, it's self-shielded, so it'll be stored there. We have downstream milestones with the state to discuss and define the disposition path. Those could be fed back into the high-level waste feed, or it could be disposed to the National Repository as high-level waste. Those are TBDs, but the key, for at least the near-term key, is it's safe, it's stable, and it's not mobile to the environment, and it's equally protective to the workforce since they're self-shielded. So the disposition path will be something that we'll be working on going forward.
Okay, thank you. And for Brian, I think a lot of us are very interested in these cesium capsules and their handling and disposition. So we look forward to more details on that in the future.
And if you could put your name tents down to the side once the technical questions, Tom, if you could, and then, because we'll then put another round of queue for the discussion.
Hello? Okay. So Brian, could you share when you expect that the WESF capsules will be moved from the pools into dry storage, when that date, the finish date, basically?
I'm sorry, I don't have a date off the top of my head, so I can't give you a date at this point. So, and Carrie is behind, maybe she's got information.
So we're on schedule right now. We're looking at in fiscal year 25, we'll start those transfers. So that's the start.
And I just add, there is a milestone out there for that transfer to be complete, and I believe it's sometime in 2025, similar to what Carrie was saying.
Thank you. And can you share more information about the ORP office sunsetting?
So who asked that? Maya. So the legislation that actually created the Office of River Protection was intended to last for 5 years or until we started delivering on the tank waste treatment. We are now delivering on tank waste treatment through the tank side cesium removal system. And as we move into the 24/7 operations that are required to deliver on tank waste treatment, and to be clear, those operations require integration with every contractor we have on site. Every one of them has a role. So it's become really important that they are all reporting to the same place. Back in I can't remember if it was 18 or 19, we took steps to create one manager for both site offices. That has worked really well. We've been bringing the team together since that time and really working on the culture that that is focused on one team, one Hanford team, one mission. And so now the next step is really about reinforcing that culture and taking us to the next, I'll say the next phase of cleanup at the Hanford site. And so to do that, once the language sunsets, we will be instituting a new name. So we won't use either the Office of River Protection or the Richland Operations Office. We will use a new name to really exemplify that there was no primary team, right? We're all in it together. So it's all part of the cultural change. We don't expect that we will see anything change, though, in how funding is appropriated. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
Mia, do you have any other questions of clarification?
Yes, I have
Okay.
one more for Delmar. So about TBI phase 2, I'm just curious why you're using the in-tank pretreatment system instead of TSCR.
Good question. The TBI equipment was procured and defined, and we actually have a congressional control point in terms of the equipment. So that equipment we have had for 3-4 years, so it's already in existence and was a plan in parallel with TSCR. It also gives us a different configuration to use and utilize. That specific configuration is designed specifically for the 2,000-gallon demonstration and specifically for SY Tank Farm, which was the target of the original plans for the demonstration. So these have been moving kind of in parallel. So that's part of the reason. It's essentially it's existing equipment that we already have in place in storage at this point that we'll deploy. The operational cycle for that TBI demonstration is literally a week or two once we get it installed.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make a comment about the website. I think it's an important topic for the PIC, just in terms especially of the changing committees and making sure that we don't lose, you know, I realize that nothing's being lost, but just making sure we maintain the history of the HAB when we change the committees, and also kind of have a look at the new website and see if it is working better than right now.
Thank you. And we have Rose, Pam, and then Richard. Rose. Mia, if you, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First, just kind of a clarifying question for Stephanie. With regards to your recruitment, you say you went from a high of 31 vacancies. Is that agency wide, or is that just the Hanford portion, or what do you call it? I can't remember what your
Nuclear waste
division,
program.
nuclear waste division. Yeah, is that just for that division, or is it agency wide?
Yeah, that was just for our program.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot.
Yes.
Then I'm glad you're filling them. And then my next question then is going to shoot over to DOE. Delmar, you did this one. Okay. With regards to the tank waste retrieval, impressive pictures. I have to say, I always find it interesting to get the inside the tank view. But I was curious how much water it actually takes to melt down to get that salt down. And you may not have exact numbers, but I'm just trying to get a grasp on this. And then how much net waste do you end up pumping out of that you're then moving through the system, storing and moving through the system? And then how much waste then do you anticipate is still at the bottom of this? Because it's really hard to be able to tell what's left in the bottom. And do you anticipate being able to get any more of that out of the bottom? You said something about the sides and whatnot. So just a little bit more clarification on that process and, the amount of waste that's generated by that process and what's going to be left from the process.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the question. So what you saw in the tank was 50% of the volume. So, oh, thank you. Sorry. What you saw in the picture there was we're only 50% retrieved. So we intend on getting the remaining 50% out of that tank and believe that we'll be successful to a very, very high percentage of that. So, first off, that's, 50% of the 325,000 gallons was originally in there. And the way it's cleaning up, I think we're hopeful that actually our residuals will be less than some of the other tanks just because that salt cake is cleaning off well. There is a high amount of raw water addition. As I mentioned, we add raw water, it dissolves. I don't have the exact numbers, but we're talking, more than tens of thousands. So, hundreds of thousands of gallons of water being added. It basically gets mixed around. The water, like a salt solution, you can only dissolve so much material into it, then it gets saturated, and then we pump that over to the double shell tank system. So there's quite a volume increase. We've planned for that. And eventually downstream that will lead to, evaporator operations to remove that water back out over time. But it's a large amount of water that's used during the retrieval process for both the salt cakes and the sludges.
Okay, so just to clarify that then, obviously then the net result is you've got a substantial more liquid waste coming out because of this process. And I guess, just that just seems, just from what you described, it seems like a lot. And so now you've got this much more that you're really needing to, run through the process to clean up. What do you do with all of that?
So from a waste perspective, the volume of the waste is really unchanged. In this case, we're adding raw water, so it's dissolving moving forward. Through the evaporator operations, we remove that water back out. So, throughout the whole cycle between how we retrieve, go from single shell tanks, all this is going to our double shell tanks for safe interim storage, and then waste from water goes in and out throughout various steps. To mobilize and move the waste and sludges, we usually use water as a media that causes movement. When we talk about sluicing, which is not what we're doing in this tank, we will typically use supernate as a physical motivation. So that isn't really adding a volume in this case. And in future, our salt cakes, there is, as you move forward, about a 4-time growth in volume when you move from the solid form into the liquid form, even after evaporation. So as part of the ongoing management of the DST space, the retrievals is progressing with the water usage as anticipated, actually a little bit better. So, we're confident that we have the sufficient space to continue with AX 101 right now, and it's performing well.
Rose, are those your questions? For now, on the question.
For now, thank you.
All right, and if you lower your tent, so Pam, to you.
Thank you very much. I just want to thank all of you. This is just a phenomenal presentation today in terms of where we're at, where we're going. I love the new people coming in with fresh enthusiasm, and thank you. Just really very, very heartened. I just have a few questions. So, Delmar, in terms of Tisker transitioning to the pretreatment facility as you move forward, where are you at with that pretreatment facility? Have you designed it? Have you procured anything?
Okay, so what we're talking about is Tisker was a demonstration. It's really just dealing with the supernate to feed direct feed. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're looking to this. There you go. That's all.
Thanks. Yeah, we're sharing a mic. I'm not pulling it. I'm not being demanding enough. Give it to me. Sorry. So Tisker. Okay. We are. It was a demonstration project all along. So this is really the replacement capability that just will deal with low activity waste, supernate treatment. We are working through that. We've been through our alternative analysis, and we're actually in conceptual design. The terminology we're calling it is AMPS, which is Advanced Modular Pretreatment System. So if you hear AMPS, that's what it is, Advanced Modular Pretreatment System. It is in conceptual design, and we're going through the project definition process to do our CD1 probably in the January time period. That's the initial acceptance of alternatives. So that's when we'll officially confirm the alternative. But it's conceptually at this point, it's 2 kind of Tisker-like units, but we're going to incorporate lessons learned from the Tisker operations to date. They'll be a little bit larger for space for our operators. Space constraints have been one of the major feedbacks from the work crews. Some of the operational lessons learned. We'll probably use less mechanical fittings and more welded fittings. And one of the, at least right now, conceptually, we're thinking it'll be the same canisters, the same design for the ion exchange canisters, but potentially running 4 instead of 3. And what that will lead is longer uptime, less downtime, and more efficient use of the resin. But it's still in conceptual design at this point. So we're moving through that process to be able to have it in line and ensure that we have 100% feed to support WTP's hot commissioning and operations moving forward. And obviously in the interim, we'll continue to use Tisker on this first campaign. And then once we begin DFL operations, as we treat waste out of AP 106, we'll continue to use the existing Tisker to continually to maximize our feed for WTP. So, fingers crossed they start up and we do a quick ramp up and we're, at design capabilities. We want to be prepared to support that.
Okay. At the last HAB meeting, we received a briefing on where you guys are at with HLW. And I raised a question to the gentleman about the cesium and strontium that are being captured in Tisker as feed to HLW. And he had no idea that was the plan. And he said, that facility can vitrify anything. It's like, well, maybe you should be aware that there's something in the queue. Next question, with this diagram, which was really interesting, is the material that is going into these leachate tanks, is that going to be treated in any way? Does that go to the 200 area groundwater treatment facility, or does it just stay there?
That was the IDF Integrated Disposal Facility leachate tank.
Yes.
I didn't see which slide. Okay, yeah, those leachate tanks collect the leachate from that facility. That actually will go to the LRF, the effluent treatment facilities, and be treated there for final disposition. Like ERDF and all of our rainwater collection is going there as well. So that facility not only supporting WTP, but will continue all of its functions to support the site. And those leachate collection tanks would be one of the feeds to the effluent treatment facility for finalized treatment.
Okay, and my final question in regards to the logistics of the tri-party agreement and holistic negotiations, and the reference to the Department of Justice, which we don't know anything about. It's like a black hole. Is that local? Is that Washington, D.C., or is that the federal judge that provided the order that you're dealing with now?
So, I mean, in general, this is just government-wide. When federal government is in a legal scenario, the Department of Justice is the official legal representative. So that's the role they play.
Okay, is the judge involved? Sorry.
This is just legal counsel. You think of, DOE, we have lawyers and stuff. When there is and this is just general, not necessarily this case, there's nothing special here. Anytime the federal government is in a suit or a legal case, by government structure, Department of Justice is the legal entity that represents the government.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then, we support them in that role.
All right, so we have 15 minutes left in this session. We will get through the technical questions. It's Richard Bloom, Amber Waldruff, Tom Galliotto, and Robert Davis. So, Richard, to you.
I guess my question is for Delmar. Multiple questions. First off, you keep talking about LRF, but there are really two collection systems, TEDF and LRF. Do you use both systems for vitrification plant?
For the vitrification plant itself, the secondary waste streams that you saw in the administration goes to the LRF basins for storage. Actually, this year we completed construction on one new one, and the year before we replaced the cover on another one of the existing ones. Two of those will be used, probably dedicated for that WTP secondary waste stream that then will go to ETF to be treated. The other two, as we were talking about, will support the balance of the sites of the stuff going to.
But your storm drains still go to TEDF.
Yeah, I believe. I'm actually not that familiar with TEDF myself.
Anyway, okay. I've got two more questions. Okay. One is, I saw the picture of putting the frit into the tank. My one concern is silicosis. No one was wearing a mask, especially the guy poking it. So that was my one comment.
Yeah, good question. So one, that's a solid glass form, so that isn't a hazard present. We would do an analysis, and if that would have been present, would have had appropriate PPE in place. And then two, since you bring it up, that is not typically how it would be done. And that was really a startup measure like the temporary heaters are. And that basically what they were adding is essentially glass nodules,
pellets,
I guess.
Pellets.
Pellets is a better term. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I mean, you use the term frit. It starts to get me a little.
Yeah, it's not the normal frit that is more friable that would potentially raise those hazards.
Okay. And then the TBI, has any consideration being, I mean, it's sort of a neat system being presented. Has that been considered to possibly be one of the solutions for what we asked for advice of going after the interstitial liquids on the single shell tanks? I mean, that would be a tank side answer. So just that one. It
So-
seems
so-
like a standalone system.
It's one of the things we'll evaluate in a whole suite of potential options. However, that system works with the supernate fraction. And, when our single shell tanks, when you're talking interstitial liquids, it's not a free liquid that's available for a system like that. So in a scenario where you have a significant volume of supernate, it's very functional. Where you're just talking about small volumes and interstitial liquids, some technical challenges, but it is one of the things that we'll be looking at in a whole suite of possible actions to evaluate all possible actions to determine the appropriate path forward. So it's still in the discussion of that, but there's some technical challenges with how it operates, specifically on supernate, and also in terms of water additions with its application. So still under consideration.
So the last question is, I think you've answered it. For the AX tank, you haven't started sluicing.
Correct. The AX tank was a higher volume tank. It had what we call salt cake.
A lot of salt cake.
Yeah.
So you haven't gone after the sludge.
Yeah, not yet. We will or have the capability of doing that if and when it's needed, and it's anticipated when we get to the residuals, the bottom of the tank, that we'll probably have some sludges. That tank, I think, had about 2,000 gallons of sludges in it, I think, from our BBI.
It's almost all salt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But we have that capability, and we'll do that when we get to the point. We'll also use those sluicers to get to the sidewalls that I was pointing out, to wash those off. We'll use a sluicer type capability to do that as well.
All right, thanks. So Amber, you're next, and make sure that you're unmuted.
Good morning. Can people hear me okay?
Wait. Just a second. Cut microphone there.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I'm going to have her type her question. Let's go back to your mic. And Amber, we're sorry about the technical. We're going to try and fix it on break. We're going to go to Tom. We're going to have you type your question, and we'll come back to you. Tom?
Thank you. I have two. It doesn't sound like this is on. Is this on? Okay, sorry. I have two questions. The first is for Delmar. You mentioned in your slide that you have approximately 500,000 gallons or so already processed through. Thank you. Through Tisker at this point. Does that mean that Tisker is now up and operating after its extended shutdown that it had a few months ago? And secondly, are you still targeting to have a 1 million gallon stage before we start classification?
The short version is yes and yes. So we actually have completed the third batch. We actually removed the outage or the extended batch exchange was between 2 and 3 that you're referring to. So we've completed the third batch at this point and anticipate, well, like I said, we moved 2 of the ion exchangers are already moved. I think they'd be shipped to the storage pad today, I think, or later this week, with the intention of being in batch 4 first week of September. So
Great.
Yeah, we're continuing to move forward. It's a batch-wise process where we run through. It's about a 28-day cycle to get it, and each batch is roughly 190,000 gallons before we get breakthrough on our instrumentation, which is a signal to replace the ion exchange columns. So yes.
Good. Thank you. And also, the second question is for Stephanie. Stephanie, you mentioned that the holistic negotiations are finished, but you have no date yet to provide us as to when that'll go public. My question is, when that date occurs, hopefully soon, will that be not only a presentation of the results, but also an opportunity for the public to review, comment, and actually have a resolution of those comments as part of the change that's being made to the TPA?
So first, I want to clarify that holistic negotiations are not done. They're ongoing. We've reached a conceptual agreement with the Department of Energy, but we have not reached agreement on details. So changes that will need to be made to the tri-party agreement and consent decree. And because it's so early in the process, we have not had the conversation about what rollout to the public will look like yet. But if you have advice for how the HAB would like to interface in that, I think we're open to listening to any comments, suggestions that you have and take that into consideration.
Okay, so if the HAB wishes or hopes to have some input on the results of the negotiation, that is still an open question and it's possible.
So what we agree to out of holistic negotiations will go out for public comment. Whether the tri-party agreement changes, the consent decree changes, will go out for public comment. Is that what you're asking?
Okay, I guess I'm taking it the next step. Okay, it'll go out for public comment. When you receive those comments, what happens to them?
We review the comments and see what I think needs to be changed. I mean, that's the purpose of public comment. I wasn't part of the last negotiation session. Delmar, would you add anything? I mean, I think we get comment and would consider whether, what we agreed to needs to be clarified or changed.
And I would like to be really cognizant of time. So if we need additional discussion on that, maybe we could take it offline on the break, but so you'll take them, you'll review them, see if modifications need to be made or other processes.
I would say yes, but I'm one entity of the negotiation. So Delmar.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they'll go to a public comment period and we'll take that feedback. And obviously, since it's an agreement, the parties will have to, as a group, look at all the comments and determine the best way to resolve those and provide some sort of feedback to the public.
Okay, thank you.
This seems much riskier than treating, solidifying the waste at Permafex and then shipping. Her concern is that shipping the liquid waste has higher risk and will go right through Spokane. Has there been consultation with Spokane County or City of Spokane? And to ecology, does state EPA require consideration of lower risk alternatives?
So I'm assuming we're talking about, again, the test bed initiative and the waste for TBI. She's nodding. Okay. So I'm going to let actually Teresa speak to the CPAP portion associated with test bed initiative and what's considered. And Delmar, I don't know if you want to speak to, the shipping. I mean, that was part of your NEPA analysis, I'm assuming.
So the testbed initiative NEPA portion was covered by DOE in their analysis of what needed to be done in order to do that shipment. The SEPA portion that we adopt as the state making a permitting decision on that is really what was done in the tank closure waste management EIS. And so we, can adopt that for our decision-making purposes within the context of TBI phase 2. So Delmar, I'll take it over to you.
Yeah, so we, as part of the process, we completed, as mentioned, the full NEPA analysis of the shipment. Again, we're just talking the 2,000 gallons. The shipments will all meet DOT transportation requirements. And obviously, we're talking pre-treated wastes. So this is all not only less than Class C, but less than Class A kind of wastes. And the totes and all the shipment is DOT planned, so it's consistent with risks of other routine hazardous waste shipments. We have had some interactions with some of the entities, but until we get to the point of having the permit in hand and actually executing, we'll continue that communications going forward on the transportation route. But that is part of the demonstration and was evaluated in the NEPA process, and will be, communicated. As I think most people know, the National Academy of Science Review had talked and discussed this issue in great length, not necessarily for TBI, but in the more global perspective. So there have been discussions in terms of that liquid versus solid transportation perspectives. But we have and will continue to reach out to the sites themselves and the transportation pathways.
Okay, thanks. And I'll have Amber type any follow-up on that. Robert, you have the last question. Ask your question and we'll get a chance to address it after the break. Go ahead.
Well,
Public comment.
we were talking about clarifications.
Yes.
One clarification is we are not shipping liquid glass over the site. It is all solid before it leaves the LAW facility. That there's an error in the video that was shown that indicated we were transporting liquid high-level waste glass or waste glass as a liquid. Okay, that needs to be corrected. Second thing is I did want to mention that one of the
I have is it a question of clarification?
Yes,
Go ahead.
Okay, the clarification is the restart of the TISCR operation was done with the new resin in there that is capable of going into a melter. That is the correction.
Okay.
The CST, the crystalline silicon titanate, very similar to what's being used at Oak Ridge as the monosodium titanate is going into their melter from their TISCR operations. To ours is the crystalline silicon titanate.
Okay, thank you very much for that. All right, so we are going to go to public comment. Could I see a show of hands of people who want to make, who want to approach the microphone and provide public comment? 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. And if we have that list, I saw a hand on this side. Jerry? Thanks.
Barry Paulette with Heart of America Northwest. And first, I think I'd like to follow up on our board chair Amber's question. Amber, as you know, is a from the Spokane County Commission, and their fires kept county commissioners rather busy. And I know she was with the governor and senator in 48 hours fire and fire plans. So she made time to be on for today's meeting, despite the duties of county commissioner in Spokane. And I think she's the only member of the board from Washington's second largest city and city downwind from Hanford. The response that liquid waste being trucked through Spokane was ever considered in 2011 EIS when the test bed initiative hadn't even been dreamt of is rather inappropriate and not valid. For the state of Washington, SEPA duties require you to consider mitigation of risks. And that includes for your permitting of the test bed initiative. The risk level is obvious. You have a choice between solidifying and treating 1.5 miles from Hanford on roads that are used every day for much more radioactive and dangerous wastes for treatment back and forth to Hanford, or to ship thousands of miles, including through downtown Spokane. I understand that others areas, regions along the route had concerns about shipping liquid wastes. So I think that is incumbent on ecology to open up and review the for SEPA purposes, whether or not your substantive authority requires you to mitigate any risk and have the waste treated and solidified before trucking. Secondly, I'd like to address coming up the land use plans for the and land use committee proposed for this board. We view this as rather greatly disturbing discussion, and I speak to this as the author of the state legislation that requires tribal consultation and participation in the development of land use plans, which was adopted a year ago. Having a Hanford Advisory Board committee looking at future use, which never mentions treaty rights as part of its scope, is very disconcerting. In the Hanford Comprehensive Land Use Plan record of decision, the Energy Department made a formal commitment to convene a land use advisory board with tribes and as a government to government recognized entity. The Department of Energy never established that board. The Hanford Cleanup Advisory Board is not and has never been charged with developing future land use. Our role, your role, is to advise the three agencies on cleanup of the Hanford site, and cleanup has to consider under CERCLA and RCRA the reasonably foreseeable maximum exposures, which are developed in light of the treaty rights of tribes and comprehensive plans adopted by counties and cities, not by a polluting responsible party, call it, or liable party under CERCLA and MOTCA. And it is very disconcerting that the land use proposal for a committee never even mentioned consideration of treaty rights and tribes. And I urge you to rethink this. Tired. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Steve Schumacher, and we hope that the comments could be kept to perhaps a minute, if that's possible. Was there one other hand?
Hello. So my name is Steve Shoemaker. I've been a member of the Tri-Cities for over 30 years. I've been involved with the Hanford Advisory Board before its creation. I worked with P&L for 20 years as senior research scientist. I'm a mathematician. I'm knowledgeable of all Hanford activities, all computer systems, all data, all cleanup, all costs. As part of that activity, I'm here to provide you a risk reduction for Hanford cleanup. I believe there's some situations that need to be addressed, and I've reported them. I've done the Hanford characterization of the tanks when I worked for DOE. I've done all cleanup costs for DOE, for EPA, the U.S. military across the United States of America, and across the UN. I know all costs. I know all technology. As part of that role, I've reported to DOE Office of Inspector General, EPA Office of Inspector General, Washington State Department of Ecology, whistleblower. In that role, I've also reported to the Government Accounting Office, Department of Justice, Office of Inspector General. Two things I want to tell you about today that I think should be addressed. One is you're doing a great job helping the people, reducing the risk, reducing the costs. That's why I want this to be a safe environment for our children to grow up in. I've done probabilistic risk assessments for nuclear UN across the complex, across the world. In that role, I've looked at what causes risk for society and for people. I would like to address one thing that has occurred here at Hanford, the EIS statement for our tank farm. The EIS farm statement that recently came out from DOE shows a cleanup activity of do nothing of 4.35 millirems. 4.35 millirems exceeds the EPA standard of 4.0 millirems. So therefore, we cannot take that option of do nothing. That do not option reduces the risk to workers and to the general public. That do nothing option of 0.35 millirems is nothing more than what you would get if you took a plane trip from here to DC. It's going to give you 6 to 7 million. The best we can do in reduction of all our hamper cleanup, maybe 1.75, maybe 2 millirems. That's below the level of 4, but it's not anything different from 4. Significance between 2, 4, and 4.35 is in the noise. Not need to spend $1.7 trillion over 60 years for the noise. It's going to create hazards to my children, and I do not want it to happen. I want you to take that $1.7 trillion, give it back to the federal government, pay off the federal debt, have Mr. Biden talk to the U.S. ICH, the U.S. Interagency Coalition for the Homeless. We're not solving the homeless problem. We're not solving the addiction problem. We're not solving sex trafficking. We could do that with this money we've saved. If I was a whistleblower and they gave me the money, I think I get $670 billion from this activity by announcing the savings. Well, Department of Office Inspector General from DOE said I need to get a lawyer to get that money. I guess I'm going to have to get a lawyer. But instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you have it for free. Okay, this will save Hanford $1.7 trillion. And all you have to have is the DOE do nothing. Shut down the operations, close shop, and you will save the risk to the public. You'll save lots of money. So please look at that from a scientific and technical standpoint. I'll be available to provide detailed backup for anybody that has questions. I also do the Richland Senior Association. We're having a meeting tomorrow from 1 to 3 at the Richland Community Center. Jim Conca, who's going to be one of your future advisors on the board, this is 5th in his series. He's provided us a series with a lot of background information about Hanford. Might want to attend that. We'll have some side discussions about this and other activities. So my last comment, I'll make it short. I want to provide DOE with the opportunity to eliminate all global climate change issues and all energy needs. I can provide you all future energy for the world totally with no fossil fuels, no need for transmission lines, no need for nuclear cleanup, no hazards, no carbon sequestration. That can be done through fusion using a company called EFS, Electric Fusion Systems. This is cold fusion, non-hazardous, no radiation. It creates a new form of matter. How many of y'all have seen a new form of matter created in your lifetime? This is something you don't see every day. And that new form of matter is using a special process, using noble gases from outer space, xenon and krypton with lithium 6 and 7, an electronic fusion vortex. You think Back to the Future is a thing on the movies? Well, it's real. Okay, check out this company, the top lead in London, and has offered this. I think the world having free energy and no cleanup at Hanford would be a better place. Thank you for your time.
All right, and our last speaker, Jean Mendoza. Thank you. Ma'am. Sure that the mic.
Hello, Jean Mendoza from White Swan. I have 2 questions and a suggestion. My first question is, compared to 2 years ago, is radioactivity closer to the river or not? Second question, compared to 2 years ago, how much radioactivity has leaked into the aquifer? And my suggestion is, since all of you more or less speak for the public, it would be very gratifying to me and to many other people if at each one of these meetings, you would express our outrage that radioactivity is actually leaking to the aquifer. Thank you.
All right, I will check, but I don't think that we're prepared to answer the questions that have been posed. And with that, we will take a break. Let me just check the calendar or check our agenda. We have a 15-minute break coming back in at 11:15. To those on the line, we're going to try and coordinate so that the presentation and the mics are not providing feedback. Thank you all, and thanks to our presenters. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. All right, we're ready to begin the afternoon session. I'll let our next speaker, John Eschenberg, introduce himself, and we'll go into the presentation. Thank you.
We good? All right, good afternoon, everybody. It's John Eschenberg here, president of the Central Plateau Cleanup Company. So before I dive into this presentation, because this is the first time I've presented to the HAB in 14 years, I think it's been 14 years. I thought most of the faces here are new. I wanted to tell you maybe a little bit about my background, and then we'll get into the topic at hand. So 36 years in the nuclear industry. I've been very fortunate to touch all parts of the nuclear industry. I had, at some point in my career, I was an executive with the Department of Energy. I worked at 6 different field offices. This being one of them, I worked in the Office of River Protection. I was the project director for the waste treatment and immobilization plant from 2003 through 2009. I worked for a number of private companies, all related to the nuclear industry. Presently, I work for Amentum. I'm a senior vice president with the company. I had a number of assignments with them. Returning to the Hanford site in early 2018 as the president of Washington River Protection Solutions, and then appointed as the president of Central Plateau Cleanup Company last May of 2022. So with that, I'm going to actually introduce the topic, and then I will probably get up and roam around just so I don't have to set. Plus, I want to use a laser pointer here. All right. First slide, please. So by way of introduction, the Central Plateau Cleanup Company has 2 principal areas of our focus. One is the Central Plateau, which is, you can see it on the screen, is quite large. And then the 40 miles along the river corridor. If you could go to the next slide, please. Significant progress has been made along the river corridor over the past few years. Most recently, you can see here, there's K West reactor in the background, K East. In the foreground, our company was able to cocoon the K East reactor, finishing that project last fall. So that's the 7th of 9 reactors to be cocooned along the river corridor. We operate 5 pump and treat facilities along the river corridor area. And then lastly, if we could go to the next slide, please. Lastly, one of the last vestiges left along the river corridor is Hanford's Building 324. So you can see it for yourself. The proximity to the river is about 1,000 feet. It's very close to the city of Richland. And at this point, I think I'll get up and walk around. So just bear with me for a moment. Okay, so I would tell you the last time I briefed the board, I had a lot of black hair. I was probably a little bit thinner, and I didn't require the use of glasses. So it's amazing what time does to you. Is there any way we can make that just a touch bigger? Or is that as big as we get?
Tried and
Okay, while they're doing that, let me just give you kind of a quick history of this building 324. So it was constructed between 1963 and 1966. Its principal purpose was radiological, and there you go, that's better. It was an R&D facility. A lot of research was done in the facility. As it operated in 1986, there was a spill of about 135 gallons into what's called a hot cell. And I know most of you know what a hot cell is. That's the business end of this building. There's actually 4 hot cells. If we could go ahead one slide. So these hot cells are very robust. The wall thickness, I'll try to go back and forth here. So the wall thickness in these hot cells is somewhere around 5 to 6 feet thick, concrete reinforced, very large. What you're looking at in what's called B cell, which was the principal hot cell in this building, it's got a roughly 30 foot by 30 foot, just to give you some sense of scale here. So in 1986, a spill of 135 gallons occurs. The spill collects in the low point of the hot cell, the sump. What happens the sump, as this is all what's been learned in the decades afterwards, the sump leaked. And the sump leaked, and so these hot cells are lined with stainless steel metal around the perimeter. Again, the hot cells are very thick. The hot cell, here, if we could go to the next slide. So this is an elevation view, a cutaway of what the hot cell would look like. So the spill would have collected here in the low point in the sump, some portion of 135 gallons. That sump leaked. In the floor of the hot cell, there are expansion joints. And these expansion joints are just like the expansion joints we all have in our driveway. So they're about a 1/2 inch thick. They're lined with black felt. So as the leak occurred into the sump leaks. There's some seepage between the stainless steel liner and the concrete walls through these felt-lined construction joints and into the environment. So that's 1986. So what happens in the course of using this hot cell, there's lots of experiments, lots of work done. After that spill of 135 gallons, they sprayed the cell down to decon it. So this is a pressurized spray wand. So water, where's the water collect on the floor? Some portion of the water goes to the sump. What happens? The leak continues. And so the water then finds its way through the same leak path. So this spill that's the principal topic of today. Along around 92, it was a little bit fortuitous, but as part of the work inside this hot cell, much waste and some equipment was grouted. By 1982, there was enough grout that had been spilled into the floor of this hot cell. The grout then collects where? In the sump. It became a self-sealing that stopped the leak. So the grout filled the sump, and we believe in 1992, the leak actually stopped. And so in that period of time, that risk window between 1986 and at the outside, 1992, that's when the insult to the environment occurred. So this went undetected until late 2009 when our predecessor company, 2 companies ago, Washington Closer Hanford, one of their tasks was to demo this building. So one of the first things they did was to start to characterize the sump. When they began characterizing the sump, they realized something wasn't right, which then led to a series of studies between 2011 and 2014, where what's called geoprobes are pushed underneath the building. And those geoprobes could not only tell the temperature of the soil, but also the levels of radioactivity. So it was known in late 2009 that this spill occurred, right? Previously not known that the spill was known that it occurred, but the leak to the environment was not known until that point in 2009. So let's just for clarity here, what you're looking at, these 2 green bubbles, that using PNNL and their modeling capabilities, the areas directly beneath those felt joints was shaped like this. Now that's just in one plane. So it's in jargon around these parts. It's the spill, the shape of the spill was shaped like a picture frame, if you can imagine that. So it was directly beneath all 4 expansion joints. Now, if we could just go back a couple of slides, I'll tell you when. There you go. That's good. So the spill, you can see it's square, those felt expansion joints. So that then led to the approach of how do you remedy this? How do you remediate the soils? So now let's skip back ahead. I'm going to drive you crazy skipping you ahead and back. Next slide, please. So the initial plan for the initial recovery was to remotely excavate the area directly beneath the hot cell due to its level, the levels of radioactivity.
Could you just say what ROM is and REA?
Right. So the upper REA is a remote excavator arm, and ROM is range of motion. So if you can imagine the excavators that we all see on large construction sites, these were remotely installed, very small excavators that would be used after removing the floor of the hot cell to dig out the contamination below the hot cell. Now, because we have to cut the floor of the hot cell out, that then creates a challenge for us from a structural perspective. So the building had to be fortified structurally. Now let's go back a couple slides, please. Right there. So to fortify the building structure and the structure of these hot cells, there were 13 micropiles that would be installed on this wall, which is the west wall. Now, micropiles are roughly 2 feet in diameter, 30 feet long. And so those micropiles serve to, again, fortify this hot cell feature structurally. In addition to these 13 micropiles that go in on the west wall, there were 42 horizontal borings that were required. So those horizontal borings were somewhere between about 60 feet and 110 feet. The horizontal borings came in from the north and under this part of the cell and the airlock. So 42 of these. So these are a boring with pipe casings about 3 inches. The borings were to be installed and then injected with a special material that's called polyacrylamide. And that then fortifies the soil directly beneath the area that I'm pointing here. In addition to that, there were 162 other, I'm going to call them mini micropiles, but they're kind of in a U shape around the B cell this way. 162 of those. So significant effort required to fortify the structure and principally the hot cell. And the fear there is as you cut away the structure of the bottom of the B cell and you dig down to remotely excavate the contamination, which at that time was believed to be about 7 or 8 feet below the hot cell, there is a credible risk that you could jeopardize the structural integrity of the building. So that's the initial approach. All right, just ahead a couple, please. All right, back one. So this, you can see there are 2 remote excavator arms here and here. So now let's advance the clock. So Central Plateau Cleanup Company also charged with remediating this waste site. We put in the micropiles that I talked about. So there's 13 micropiles were installed successfully. As we worked to install the horizontal borings such that you could inject this polyacrylamide material, we had, and remember there are 42 that are required. We had 28 attempts and 15 of those failed. In other words, we had 28 attempts to drive these horizontal borings in beneath the targeted area. 15 of those we were unable to push to the required depth. So back just a couple, show me the plan view again. So this is where I'm pointing here. This is north. We dug a very large excavation to the north side of the 324 building, down about 30 feet so we could push in these horizontal casings, pipe casings, and inject polyacrylamide. So of the 28 attempts, again, 15 of them failed. We could not get the horizontal borings into that targeted area directly here or below the airlock. And we hired a world-class company, this is what they do, to push these horizontal soil borings in. We exhausted technically our options. We bought a bigger boring machine. We could not push through some underlying soil feature. To be honest with you, I have no idea what it is. I don't know whether it's a boulder, whether it's basalt. But we've got a pretty powerful horizontal boring machine with a pretty exotic cutting bit, and we couldn't push it all the way through. In addition to that, I talked about the peripheral vertical soil stabilization features. I call them the mini, M-I-N-I, micropiles. So they're also installed to a depth of somewhere between 15 to 25 feet. So of those, we attempted to put in 20 and 6 were unable to go to targeted depth. So there's something that's underneath that foundation that is preventing us from establishing and building this soil and building stabilization. You know, we can't fortify the structure. So that was one of our challenges. Now, because we were able to dig down 30 feet and put in these horizontal borings, that was the first time that we've been able to access that part of the area underneath B-cell. So, you know, a fair question from you all would be, you know, why didn't you know about this, you know, additional radioactivity and the size of the spill site? Why didn't you know it was as extensive as it is today? And the answer to that is this, that until we were able to put these horizontal soil stabilization features in, we could not access that area below the site, underneath the waste site. So that's all new information. So there's two pieces of new information here. One, we learned that the design for the structural enhancements, that design and the approach to the design is not feasible. And then secondly, the extent of contamination and the depth of contamination, or the breadth, was much larger than was previously known. And so, you know, if you look at what, you know, it was fortuitous in a way that we put in these horizontal borings because we learned quite a bit about the characterization of the spill site below the B-cell. So let me just take a pause there. Any questions from the board there before I keep pushing on? Because I said a mouthful there.
I've got Tom and then Dan.
Okay.
He asked if there's questions. Are there any questions about what's been presented to up till now, just to make sure everybody understands?
Yeah, typically we would wait until after
Do you want to
the
wait?
regulatory agencies have a chance to.
Okay.
Yeah.
My apologies, retracted. Okay,
I want to be sure everybody's tracking.
Dan will
just
hold it.
because
Thank you for etiquette.
I've said a bit of a mouthful here. Okay, let's go ahead one slide, please. You're doing great, by the way.
Which one are we looking to?
Back one, slide 6. There you go.
Okay.
So initially, again, I talked, the size of the spill site was this way in all 4 directions. So picture it like a picture frame. Remote excavator arms installed. It was first thought that the volume of soil to be removed was on the order of 3,700 cubic feet. Okay, now let's advance again and one more. So here's where we are today. Following the new characterization data that we acquired, putting in these horizontal soil stabilization features, the size of the waste site is much larger than was previously modeled in the 2012 timeframe. What you're looking at here, the white area, is the maximum reach for those remote excavator arms. So those remote excavator arms can only access about 25% of the total volume of waste that needs to be remediated. So it's pretty substantial, right? So these, you can see here, that's that volume, if you just dug everything out that was beneath the hot cell to the extent that the remote excavator arms could reach, that volume of soil is on the order of 6,600 cubic feet. 6,600 cubic feet. If you look at all the soil that's got to come out, it's 4 times that much. There's 25,000 cubic feet that has to come out. So I'm just trying to give you a sense of scale here. The remote excavator arms are no longer a viable approach to removing all of the radioactive soil beneath the B cell. So I'll just point out that what's highlighted in yellow here, and as confirmed by PNNL's latest model, the area highlighted in yellow are soils that are or contain radioactive materials that are greater than 1 R per hour. So I mean it's much larger than previously known, and that area right there again, 25,000 cubic feet. 25,000 cubic feet. From a Curie perspective, initially, if you go all the way back 2 slides, please. Initially here, under this configuration, it was thought to be 175,000 curies, and go ahead now to where we are today. Given this volume, we're somewhere 4 times that much. It's 740,000 curies. So now let me just go ahead to the next slide. If you look at 324, the building, again, from plan view, that's the footprint for the building. So quite large. This is the footprint of the B cell. And you can see that the highest radioactivity is directly beneath the B cell footprint and well under the broader footprint of the 324 building. Okay, next slide. All right, go back one. So I want to talk about a bit of a change of approach here. The punchline is the in-state remedy is unchanged. The waste site has to be remediated. The approach to remediate the waste site must change. The remote excavator arm approach is not viable because it only removes a quarter of the waste that has to come out. I'll tell you one of our single biggest challenges that we face each and every day, because this building is, you know, it's been operating for 56 or 57 years. In the last few decades of this building's life, it was not well maintained. So key and critical infrastructure in the building, like the ventilation system, like the air compressors, like the HEPA banks, like the cranes, were not well maintained. And much of that equipment is obsolete now. There are 4 or 5 cranes that service the hot cell area. We struggle keeping those cranes operable literally every day. I mean, our team that's over this, I get a report every single day on this building. And just yesterday morning, they tell me that another crane's broken. So keeping the infrastructure in this building working is imperative. So why is it imperative? The remote excavation approach, as you dig out the soil beneath, the soil would be placed in metal bins. Each one of those bins is monitored for its radioactivity content. It's then transferred to one of the adjacent cells. If we could go back to the cutaway. One more. So as the soil is exhumed from here, it's placed in bins, it's assayed, and then the soil bins are stored in the C and the D cell. So all of that requires extensive use of the cranes, continued use of the building's ventilation systems, things like the large shield door, which is an automatic shield door, but we've struggled to keep it operable because it's remotely operated. So if, and to the, I had one more, please. One more. And one more. Here If we just stuck to digging out this area, that puts a great deal of stress because it was way more material than we had planned at the onset. Remember that picture frame? You know, so now we're saying it's in addition to the picture frame, we have to dig out everything that those remote excavator arms can reach, which is near double. And then, oh, by the way, you know, these remote excavator arms, you have to worry about their overall durability and their duty cycles because it's double the work now. Double the work for the cranes, double the work for all of these supporting infrastructure. And we're only taking out 25% of the waste volume that needs to come out. So the approach, a better approach, and I'll tell you, when we send our teams in to repair something like the crane, it's like the Stanford marching band going in. I mean, it takes 30 people to make an entry into the airlock. 30 people, each entry we make into the airlock, in technical jargon here, each entry, we expose our workforce to 260 millirem in the collective. That's each entry. And we got 30 men and women going in that hot cell or into the airlock. So every time the crane breaks, or every time it needs to be inspected, and every time some obsolete part fails, we're sending people in. When the hot cell door fails, we're sending people in. And so that's the trouble in my mind, is that not only are we doubling the volume of soil that would come out by these remote excavator arms, but we're doubling the maintenance burden and doubling the time. So a better approach is, as a couple of slides ahead, maybe to the last one. A better approach is to deactivate this building, take it to slab on grade. And before you, what's deactivation of the building?
Can you just clarify slab on grade for everybody in the room?
I will. So deactivation of the building, let's talk about that. What does that mean? So it basically means it's de-energized. It's got no more electrical service. It's got no more water service, no gas service. It's completely de-energized. Hazardous materials have been removed. The hot cells would all have been grouted. So they're literally grouted monoliths. At that point, then you demo the building. So when I say slab on grade, as you look at it, all you would see is the slab on the grade of the earth. No building, no superstructure, just slab on grade. Then what would be done is you build a containment facility over the top of the slab, and then from there, then you remediate the contaminated soil. So that is the approach that we've recommended to our customer. We know there's lots of socialization of that approach that's required. The reason this approach is better is, in one word, it's simply about the safety of our workforce. Because each time we put our folks in that airlock to work to maintain and repair an old building, we're putting our workforce at risk. There's a lot of hands-on work there in these old buildings. I don't know what's going to break tomorrow. I am worried about the building's ventilation system. I'm worried about the fans, worried about the HEPA filter banks. But this approach is something that has to be done anyway. Because if you go back one slide, please, the next one back, one back. All we can take out with using remote excavation is 25% of the problem. So we have to do the slab on grade, superstructure, and then, soil remediation anyway. So, in my view, the best approach in the spirit of protecting our workforce is, I don't want to put them in harm's way if we don't need to. But those of you that are familiar with our line of work, and 260 millirem for that team that goes in on every entry, that's not a safe way to go about this. A safer way for our workforce is the approach that I'm recommending here.
That last item, when you say contamination of soil, what contaminated soils are you talking about for the remediation?
So it's all of these soil,
Okay,
yeah, all of the soils here.
so it's remediation of these specific soils under the superstructure.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Good clarification. So again, what's in yellow here represents soil that's been contaminated, and it reads at least 1 R per hour. And the volume of that soil, 25,000 cubic feet. That's what the PNNL model tells us, 25,000 cubic feet. Here in the high activity area, that's only about 6,000 cubic feet of soil. So that's the soil that I'm talking about. Yeah. All right. And then last, one more slide ahead. Back one, I'm sorry. There you go. So I just wanted to highlight this. Here's the 324 building. Here, right in the middle. The red circle and the blue circle, those are the adjacent groundwater monitoring wells. Those wells are monitored every month. And now for a long time, we've seen nothing that even approaches the lower limit of detection at the groundwater level. So again, every month, and that is the flow path of groundwater, that direction. All right, so with that, I said a bunch, and I think I'll stop there and then take any questions when we have the formal question session.
Right, so this will go to the agency perspectives. Mark French is leading that off.
Contrary to what everybody else said, I think this is still morning, not afternoon. So good morning. So I'm Mark French. I'm the recently appointed Deputy Assistant Manager for the River and Plateau. Many of you know me as been here for 28 years. I was previously the River Corridor Closure Project Federal Project Director and the Project and Facilities Division Director. So from the department standpoint, just to reiterate what John said, our number one concern is the safety of our workers. And certainly with this facility aging as it has, we've had, John mentioned crane failures. We had 2 crane failures in the last week, the same crane, different issues. We just don't know what's going to pop up next. So we've got aging ventilation system. The HEPA filters are loading up to where, if those load up, we can't use those anymore and we can't operate. So the path forward is going to be much safer for our workers. And, that said, we are committed to working with the EPA on the regulatory path forward to make sure we're meeting our obligations under the 300 area record of decision under CERCLA. And that's really all I have for comments. And then we go to the next agency.
Next, going to EPA and McCartney.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Annie. Oh, can't hear it. Sorry. Hi there. Hopefully you can hear me now. No, even closer. Okay. Sorry everyone. So my name is Annie McCartney. I'm with the EPA Region 10 Hanford Project Office, and I oversee the 300 area scope for our office. And I would just like to clarify some things relating to the regulatory process that Mark alluded to as well. So as many of you are aware that this project was particularly for the contaminated soils portion, 300-296 was covered under a final remedial decision in 2013. And that decision placed a lot of importance on the existence of the 324 building over the contaminated soil. The primary reason for that at the time, the facility is a hazard category 2 nuclear facility. So there's significant shielding provided by those concrete walls that are very robust in that hot cell, and the ability to operate remotely within those walls. And that provides a significant amount of protection also to the workforce, albeit that there is risk with the entries, as John detailed. So as the work's been going on and we've been seeing the challenges that they've had putting the structural stabilization in place for the facility,
really the structural stabilization design is not part of the remedy decision. The remedy decision was very specific to remediating the soils, but with the clarification that the facility remain in place for shielding or worker safety. And so when alternatives were looked at the time, I think in around 2014, for how to actually accomplish the work in more detail, working towards what we call the RDRA phase, the remedial design, remedial action work planning, that all of the alternatives considered how to remove the soils with the building in place. And that included options that looked at building a hazard category 3 facility that would still utilize the 324 buildings ventilation system and some other things where that facility was still providing robustness. So we're looking forward to seeing more of the details from the work that CPCCO has been doing and DOE with the modeling and from PNNL and what we could do structurally. Our main concern right now is that if a remedy change is needed, we have to start from the beginning. We have to look at the data. We have to look at the details of what we do and do not know. Where do we have uncertainty? And if we're going with a new path forward that is clearly detailed with the same level of effort that had gone into this plan, and making sure that we have a path forward that will be able to remediate those soils safely. Our primary concern is the highest of levels of contamination that have been found in that 2009-10-ish timeframe beneath the sump, which go up to about 13,000 R per hour. And we still see a lot of value in using this hazard category 2 facility if there were a safe way to do so, to remediate those hottest materials before we do go down potentially an alternative path and continue with evaluating options. So at this point in time, we know there's some question marks. We need to look at the data and we need to get everything out on the table and analyze the alternatives. And then that will kick off the circular process of revisiting if we do need to make a remedial change or add an additional phase to the remedy to address the remaining contamination if we did it in a phased approach. The remedy that was selected, we still feel there was good intent and reason for having that facility in place, and we want to make sure that if we change plans, we're providing the same level of safety and environmental protection going forward. With that, I think the only other clarification I guess I wanted to make was that the remedy never assumed that we were going to be able to get all of the contamination at once from underneath the facility. We knew there would be residual contamination to be addressed after the building was demolished. And the ROD is written that way and does also acknowledge contamination going deeper, particularly the strontium that went down an additional 15 feet or so. And so, we have to take all of that into account, look at what data is new, what data did we know, what is an acceptable level of protectiveness in the interim, what's an acceptable level in the long term, and it has to meet our circular criteria for that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And then John Temple, this is a very compressed timeline, so I want people to know that when we start with questions, we're going to ask each person to ask one question. We're going to ask for efficiency in the question and hopefully the responses to get through as much as possible. Mr. Temple.
Hi, I'm John Temple. I'm a project manager in the college's nuclear waste program and the lead for the 324 building dangerous waste management units. At this time, I don't think I have anything further to add.
All right, he's online. He shouldn't be muted. Let's see.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, I think, oh, here's the problem. It's the hearing. Manny, let's see if we can do this. Mute yours and I'll unmute mine. All right, try.
Can you hear me now? All right, I'll just get started. Yeah, I'm John Temple. I'm a project manager in Ecology's nuclear waste program, and I oversee the dangerous waste management units within the 324 building. At this time, I don't have anything further to add, but I will say I am agree with the concerns that Annie just brought up. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to switch back. Okay, thank you. We were able to hear that. Before question, we're starting with questions of clarification. Tom, Dan, and Robert. So Tom, one question.
Thanks. Just goes to show the importance of characterization. I'm really glad this was found before the soil was, or this floor was cut and work had started, because that would have just made it much harder to fix. Wanting to know how the HAB can be involved and when the ROD is amended or an explanation of significant differences filed, when, on what time horizon would a comment period be? Probably 2 years out, or how long the process is, if you had a crystal ball, and I know you don't, how far ahead should we be looking?
I guess I'll take that one. You're probably right on in the ballpark of about 2 years out for a public comment period for a ROD amendment. Perhaps it could be sooner. I mean, we're definitely going to try to expedite whatever reviews on our end that we could to help the project keep moving forward. But at this point in time, we're still waiting on a significant amount of the data and analysis to back up what that would look like.
Okay, thank you. Dan?
Yes, thank you. That was a stunning presentation. One question or one clarification question. I guess for my clarity, I would like to know how much we're currently spending per month or per year, and how long we will be spending that amount of money. And I guess also throwing something in about the current climate change and what effect an atmospheric river would have on us were it to hit us like it hit Southern California on this particular site. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll note those questions in a brief response. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your first question again?
How much?
Yes, how much are we spending per month now? How long will we continue to
You got me
spend that?
thinking about global warming, so they got me off track there. So right now, I think we're around $60 million in 2023. And I think our budget next year, for the next 2 years, is about $56 million a year for 324 for the remediation of this waste site.
Okay, thank you. Robert?
Thank you.
One point of clarification.
Green.
There you go.
There
Yep.
it is at the time delay. So, John, I'm really glad you're in charge of this. Really am. History goes, John's been paying attention to this for a long time. A number of years ago, we sent PNNL out to go develop different alternatives for certain types of spills. It seems this fits the description for the in situ vitrification of the waste spot. I know PNL's demonstrated that several times, especially on oil spills, ferroquil, things of this toxic nature. Maybe the size is too large, but I certainly think that in situ vitrification may be an answer of extracting the heaviest load out of here.
Okay, I think that's been heard. Thank you. And if we have time, we'll go a second round, but let's get through Mia and then Jacob.
So I just wanted to say we appreciated the letter that EPA wrote that was put on the AR today, and I recommend that all the board members read that letter. It's very important. I want to know how long you would wait to remediate if the slab on grade approach was chosen. So how long would it take to remediate the soil if that was the choice?
We don't have a specific schedule yet because we're still working on that plan going forward because we haven't planned all that out yet. But the idea was we'd move from, demolishing the facility to slab on grade and then into, building in whatever structure we need over it to be able to remediate the waste site safely. But that is something we're looking at going forward and coming up with those plans.
Jacob?
All right. So if you can hear me, so I'm all in on your remediation plan. That seems like a no-brainer. But my question is, so the 135 gallon leak and 740,000 curies after cesium and strontium have already gone through more than one half-life. That seems kind of unbelievable. And I realize they were dissolving fuel here, but has someone gone back and reconciled the two, the soil inventory versus the leak inventory, just to make sure you aren't maybe overestimating that leak inventory a little bit?
Yeah, that's a great question. That was one of the first questions we asked too, but we're told by the scientists that it's been decay corrected. So it's been decay corrected for time. So the 740,000 curies is consistent with the amount of some portion of that 135 gallons that was spilled into the environment. The math works. It is, I mean, to be precise, the numbers are decay corrected. It's a big number.
Okay, Steve and Tom Galliotto.
Can we hear me? Okay. I guess my first question is, or my only question, I guess, is are we not doing anything? We're back to square one, so we're not remediating. You got $60 million for your budget, but we're not doing the current plan, which has been stopped. Is that correct?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so a great deal of what we do today, what we're doing now, we are working to plan the next approach, the revised approach to remediation. We're looking at all of our options on what this deactivation approach would look like. To be candid with you, a lot of what we're doing now is trying to keep the facility running. We've got a staff there, pretty large staff, 130 to 150 people, depending on what we're doing. A lot of that work is we're continuing to clean out B-cell, which is work that's required irrespective of the approach that's chosen. Cleaning out B-cell, because when we took it over, I mean, the B-cell, if we had a picture of it, it looks a bit like a storage room. It's lots and lots of pieces of equipment. There's waste in there. So we are trying to remove as much of that as we can from B-cell and put it in an adjacent cell. So there's a lot of housekeeping that's done, but a principal focus for us has been, particularly over the last 4 months, is working on these doggone cranes, to keep these cranes working and the large shield door working. So that has been a principal focus point for us. And we don't like spending money like that just to keep maintaining. We want to get cleanup done, not maintain. We want to clean up. But that's one of the struggles that we have now.
But I guess the whole activity behind the mock-up, that's all gone. There's nobody in mock-up. We're not doing any of that. Is that correct?
We still use the mock-up. We're still using the mock-up because it's good training for crane use and a couple of specialized lifts that we have to do as we transfer some of the equipment out of the B cell and push it into an adjacent cell for stabilization and disposal. So the mock-up isn't used as fully as you may have seen before because it's got the remote excavator arms. We've done nothing as far as continued training there, but instead it's focused more on proficiency of the workforce.
Oh, I want to be mindful of
Thanks.
time. Tom, Richard, and then Pam.
Thank you. The discovery of the gross additional volume of contaminated soil is certainly troubling. But of most concern to me is that we built the initial plan on 13 or so years ago on some initial data of contamination and a projection from PNNL on the contamination plume. It sounds like we're doing that again, albeit with some additional input from the boreholes that you've mentioned. My question is, why do you have confidence that one chart that you showed with the lower area and the scope of the REAs that can dig out and so forth, why do you think that is confidently what you're facing under B cell? How about the rest of the foundation underneath the 324? How far has it expanded? Do you really have that characterized and limited at this point?
Yeah, it's great question. With these additional data points and the advanced modeling that PNL has, some decade later, that has given us a renewed level of confidence. In our line of work, you always want more characterization data. You want more, you want more, you want more. And I'm not suggesting that we're done characterizing yet, but we've characterized it well enough to know that the current approach is not feasible. And we need a secondary approach to go get this soil, this waste site cleaned up. With the additional characterization data that we acquired from these horizontal pushes, that really it completed, a large portion of the puzzle there. I mean, in that we were able to really drive beneath the spill site. So we've got pretty high confidence that we know from top to bottom where we are. As far as in a northwest southeast, what I didn't get to cover is the additional soil borings that we did to put down the mini micropiles. So we took some number of those around the perimeter of the hot cell. We did find some of those that indicated low levels of contamination, and we found many of those that exhibited no contamination. And that was to a depth of somewhere between 15 and 25 feet. So given the more extensive characterization data set that we have now in a northwest southeast direction and from the horizontal beneath the spill site, coupled with the validation of PNNL's newest modeling, that's given us a level of confidence that we think we've got the spill site bounded.
We want to check with everyone at the head table. If we went 5 minutes over, could people stay? Is there any? Okay. We do want to be concise, and this characterization is very important. Richard, and then Pam and Michelle. Oh, okay.
Really quick question on your drawing here. The 30-foot excavation for the boreholes was 30 feet below grade. Is that correct? And then what's the depth to what you consider the high contamination level, and what's the depth to the yellow area, the low contamination area?
Yeah, so the depth of the bottom of the yellow block there, what I'll say low, which is still 1 R per hour, it's approximately 30 feet below grade.
And then I think the second question is, where's the division between the higher activity, the red and the yellow?
Yeah,
right?
And it's probably right at the 23-foot mark, below grade.
Okay, we have Pam, Chris, and Rebecca.
I represent local government on the Hanford Advisory Board. And before I retired, there was a water line leak near this building. It didn't go very far, but I had the chance to walk the perimeter. And I know that because this is a Category 2 nuclear facility, there are water lines that surround this building for fire protection. And that's an opportunity for contamination to move if those lines leak. And so I think what you need to do is make those water lines go away, which sounds like taking down the building because the contamination could move and those lines are old. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna switch the mic so Chris, you can ask your question. I'm gonna chat you when we do that. Go ahead and cut yours.
Can you hear me? Okay, here's my question, if you can hear me. John, how many samples were actually taken, do you know, for analytical results? Do you have analytical results for all those samples back yet? And would you know off the top of your head what some of the results, say the high and the low, would be for cesium 137 and strontium 90 in terms of picocuries per gram or microcuries per gram?
In reverse order, off the top of my head, I don't have not done the convert. We have the conversion from a pure dose rate to microcuries per gram soil content. The sort of the min max, the high low, the high that we have seen as we put in the horizontal boring features was on the order of just slightly over 900 R per hour. And you should know that as we drove these horizontal casings in, we took a survey at every foot along the length of the installed casing. So, a casing that's 100 feet long, as we got beneath the floor location of the B cell, we were taking data points at every foot. And as far as the total number of samples taken, I don't know the total number of samples taken, but it's fair to say that we have thousands of points of data. Because again, each horizontal boring that was successfully installed, we're taking data at every single foot, and sometimes within a foot, because the readings varied within a foot. We just logged the highest dose rate within a 12-inch section.
Right, they were readings, not samples taken, just to clarify.
Okay, and Chris, if you have any follow-up, put it into the chat, please. We're gonna switch to Rebecca, and then Amber will switch mics so that you can ask your question, but Rebecca, go ahead.
So thank you, John, for your presentation. That's probably the most thorough presentation I've seen. I happen to work at the 324 building. I am the lead RCT for the work that happens in the airlock, so I can appreciate the concern for worker safety. We haven't seen a real plan. We've been told different things there, the employees. So we're interested in the record of decision and how that all comes about and what the actual plan is, because it seems like every day it kind of changes. And so everybody's kind of running around there not knowing exactly what's going on. I think that the public, the public is, going to need to have some input into this, but I think the workers who, we're so concerned about there, including myself, have never really, we've never really had anybody say, hey, what do you guys think? We haven't had any input into, what's going on there. And I realize we don't make these plans, it's way above our pay grades, but I think that the workforce there, because we are the people who are taking the dose and doing this work, may have some input that may be valuable. Thank you.
Okay, so Amber, watch your chat. We're gonna swap the mics.
Okay, so you can hear me now? Great. So I put the question in the chat. just, I guess, trying to get clarification about with the new plan, or as you're developing a new plan, are there different levels of contaminated soil that would be removed versus remaining? So I think the presentation spoke to removing soil up to a certain rem per hour. Could you clarify that, if that's a different amount of soil removal than previously planned? Or like the amount of contamination in the soil?
So the remediation we would do would be to meet the ROD cleanup levels. So the remote excavation John mentioned was going to go down to, we thought calculated about 1 to 3 R per hour that would be remaining. Then the facility would have come down, and then we would have gone after the rest of the soil. So the plan has always been we would remediate down to where we meet the cleanup levels.
Okay. Looks like she said thank you to that. Rose? And then Jeff, did your question get addressed, or do you still have your sign up? Okay, great.
Thank you for a great presentation. I too have to applaud that. I have a better understanding based on this presentation, so it was great. But my question is actually for Annie. I just wanted some clarification. I did quickly read through the letter that you guys sent. So I just want to clarify that you guys are in fact looking at a ROD amendment, which would then allow for public comment on what's going on with this. Yakima Nation is extremely interested in being able to provide additional comment. We've been working with all of you on the 324 building all along. We've had a lot of meetings on it and whatnot, but we were just kind of wondering, you know, you didn't actually come right out and say that today. However, the letter really alludes to the fact that that is what you're looking at. So anyway, could we get some clarification if you are in fact looking at a ROD amendment and then allowing for public comment?
Yeah, so right now we need a detailed plan to say whether something's going to be a ROD amendment or an ESD, or, you know, potentially even, you know, some different type of ROD amendment. I guess we really don't have enough information to say for sure right now, based off of what we've heard from Department of Energy and what they're floating as their preferred path forward. If we go through an alternatives analysis and look at all of the data and agree on something that looks similar to that, that's what we were clarifying, that that generally would be considered a ROD amendment. We foresee that that would have significant change in cost and schedule, and potentially in the scope and approach, depending if what that additional structure would have to look like for proper shielding to protect from 13,000 R per hour. So yeah, and we absolutely value having public input along the way and making sure that there's opportunities for comment, just like there was in the past, and hopefully with our new processes that have been improving over the last 12 years or so since that happened. Yes.
All right. So Jeff, last question.
Thank you. I think this is a pretty big deal. You have a very large quantity of highly radioactive mobile contaminants in close proximity to the Columbia River. And what I'm hearing is it's going to take something in the area of 3 to 5 years, maybe, to clean it up. Can EPA do some sort of an expedited or emergency cleanup action on this site?
So for an expedited cleanup, we would have to have a way to clean it up. The current plan that was in place seems to us to be the fastest approach to get there, but there's obviously challenges that would have to be worked through with the structural concerns and the facility condition itself. So we're waiting for that information, and we'll evaluate it with our counterparts to see if there is something that could be done sooner, or some part of the work that could still move forward in the interim while we go down the process of looking at the total volume and, you know, what's changed now.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we're also very concerned about the soil just sitting in place for an unknown amount of time right now.
Thank you to all the HAB members and the presenters to allow us to wrap this up in only an extra 5 minutes. So thank you. We are going to break for lunch and we are coming back at 1:45 to discuss draft advice on the transuranic waste management. Thank you all, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you. Welcome, everyone online. Can you chat and make sure people can hear us online? We're going to start the afternoon with a conversation on draft advice for transuranic waste management, take a break, and then follow up with HAB Administrative Business. And here to present on the draft advice is Tom Cecilia. Tom?
Hi, everybody. I get to sit at the big table. Last, was it June? River and Plateau Committee passed this advice out of committee. It's been a long time coming, and I think it's timely, so I'll jump right into it. Are my slides somewhere?
Yep.
Aha.
1 second.
Okay. So on the screen, you can see some a drum with transuranic waste in it, some retrievably stored transuranic waste drums, and then the shipment containers that take those drums to the disposition spot for it. So we'll go to the next slide. Today we're going to talk about who, what, where, when, why, how. The why isn't on this slide because I'm hoping that the presentation describes the why. If I don't hit that target, please let me know on the last slide and sort of yell at me and say, why are we doing this again? It should be apparent. Okay, so just trying to get through quickly because we don't have a lot of time for wordsmithing today. So I want to make sure we at least get some of the content down. Next, oh, here we are. So this advice started in 2021 with a completely different cast of characters than where it ended. The transuranic IM team started off with Vince Pinesco and Jerry Paulette in the lead, and has morphed. It came back with a vengeance at a recent HAB meeting when Rob Davis asked a question about WIP and the timeline for when WIP was going to be open. And it's sort of like, hey, wait, we do have this IM team. And this is sort of what the IM team was talking about. So we reconstituted it a little bit and got some advice out of it. Next slide is where we ended with the IM team. So the folks on the screen are the folks that helped write this and got it through the River and Plateau Committee. Next slide. So what is transuranic waste, or TRU as we like to call it? Transuranic waste is waste that has transuranic elements in it. Transuranic elements, which we'll talk about on the next slide, but not yet, have a special characteristic that they are long-lived and they don't typically occur naturally. I think most of them are man-made only, but I'm not a health physicist I'm just a geologist. Transuranic waste is unique though, because not only is it required to go into a deep geologic repository, it can't be stored or disposed in the shallow surface, but there actually is a deep geologic repository for it to go to, which is unique and wonderful because it means it can get off-site. So we'll go back to the atomic number on the next slide, if we can go there. So really what we're talking about with transuranic waste is those elements around plutonium. Americium, I think, is the next one that's pretty common. My layperson's understanding of chemistry is those are the really important ones here. And I just wanted to make sure that that was there. So when we say transuranic, U is uranium. So things that are on this side of uranium is a transuranic element. So we'll go to the next slide. So transuranic waste comes in a couple different flavors. and it's not recommended that you eat them. It's sorted by activity. There's contact handled versus non-contact handled. That's sort of self-descriptive. You don't want to touch non-contact handled drums. If it is mixed with RCRA or hazardous waste, then it becomes transuranic mixed waste. So a lot of times you'll see true TRUM. TRUM is transuranic mixed waste. That also goes to the waste isolation pilot plant, which I'll talk about in a little bit. That's the deep repository. And it's also characterized by when it was disposed, or when it's dug up, I guess. If stuff was put in the ground after 1970, it's called retrievably stored transuranic waste. But if it was put in the ground before 1970, then it's known as suspect transuranic waste or potential transuranic waste, because that characterization and classification wouldn't happen until the waste is actually retrieved from the ground and it's sort of generated at that point. Next slide. So the retrievably stored transuranic waste, which I'll just call TRU or TRUM, has a timeline for retrieval in the M91 milestone series. That's the TPA agencies have said, here's when this stuff has to be dug up and repackaged if it needs to get repackaged, certified, and sent down to the waste isolation pilot plant in New Mexico, Carlsbad. And the Carlsbad office of DOE manages the waste isolation pilot plant, and they actually were involved in the renegotiation of the M91 milestone series and said, hey, we can start taking Hanford waste in 2028, which is great because we have a commitment that those shipments are going to start. WIP is going to close at some point. And there's an asterisk here. 2050 was a number that was tossed around. There is a new revision of WIP's operating permit that just hit the internet last week. I've incorporated some of that in the presentation, but that's some homework for the advice, is to go through the background and make sure it's consistent with the new language that's out there in the interwebs. So right now we're going to use 2050 as the closure date of WIP. That's what's in the M91 milestones. That's the assumptions that's there. The next slide. The older TRU, or the older waste that's suspect TRU, we don't know exactly how much there is because we haven't dug it up yet, and what kinds of containers it's going to go in. There's an estimate of, I think, 45,000 cubic yards of that material, but it really is a bit of an arm wave. There's characterization and that's needed before that's a more definitive number. And that also needs to go to WIP by the time WIP closes. But we don't have a schedule for when that's going to happen, and it's not included in a milestone. So that means all of those waste sites that might have transuranic waste in them need to be characterized, go through the whole CERCLA process with remedial investigation feasibility studies, proposed plans, records of decisions, remedial action work plans, and then get dug up and go to WIP by the time WIP closes. So that's a big deal. If it doesn't go to WIP, then it's stuck. And we have transuranic waste stored at Hanford until there's another facility in the nation. So let's go to the next slide. So this was this is the permit from the permit for WIP that's currently active. Like I said, there is a draft permit that is under public comment right now. That when that gets enacted, it'll change a little bit. But you can see there's a little highlighted assumption at the bottom. It says it assumes that the final waste placed in this unit January 2032. So that's different than 2050, is 2032, right? So if we don't start sending waste to WIP until 2028, and right now the permit says they're assuming that it's going to close in 2032, that's a problem. So there's different interpretations on what that assumption means and whether how valid that assumption is, but that's what's in writing on the state of New Mexico's regulation. So let's go to the next slide. So at the time when we were writing this advice, the permit was up for renewal, and there was all kinds of discussion about an agreement for the new permit, which would need to include a full and transparent inventory of all the legacy waste across the EM complex that needs to go to WIP, a reporting by the Energy Department on searching for a second disposal site, because like I said, WIP is the only one right now, and there's a lot of stuff that needs to go there, and New Mexico is shouldering the burden for the nation there, and so they want at least some looking for another site that can take some of that load. The federal managers say that because of the way the inventory is calculated, they think that it won't be until the 2080s that WIP actually fills up. So that's good news as long as it actually gets carried through in the permit and everybody agrees on that. So that was sort of where we were in June. So we're going to take the next step, which is where we were last week, on the next slide. So this is the new permit is about 1,500 pages. I did a quick skim of it last week. It was posted on the 16th of August. So we can say that some of that stuff from the newspaper article did get included. The permittee shall provide an inventory of true waste from the DOE complex to support the renewal application. That's helpful. There is discussion of the second disposal facility on the second bullet over there. And then the bottom one was important enough that I have some proposed edits to our advice point. And that basically the legacy true that they want DOE to define in a report will have preferential disposition in one of the panels. So they're sort of committing that the legacy transuranic waste from the weapons complex will be able to have a home, which is really helpful for us. So let's go to the next slide. Here's the sort of the comparable table from the new permit, the proposed permit. And, we've gone now from ending in 2030 on paper to now we're ending in 2031 for panel 12, which is the sort of last room that they're allowed to take waste into. Now this is just basically, they had to put a number on there and they said, we're going to assume that each of these panels is open for 30 months. And so they just added 30 months to the projected opening date. And so that's how they got there. So take that with a grain of salt, and it's just sort of a placeholder. But still on paper, it's looking like 2050 is a stretch. So we need to make sure that's clarified. Let's go to the next slide. And because things aren't easy, even when they're complex, there's also another waste stream that is fighting for space in the waste isolation pilot plant, and that is surplus weapons grade plutonium, which is not needed anymore to make weapons, but is just sort of sitting there. And Savannah River has a project where they will mix this plutonium with grout and downblend it so it fits the criteria for transuranic waste. And then it can also go to the waste isolation pilot plant, which is why that last sort of section about the legacy waste is important, because there's a lot of that material, potentially 47 metric tons of plutonium, which has to be blended to 10 weight% plutonium. So multiply that by 90, I think, to get there. That's a lot of metric tons of material going into the waste isolation pilot plant. I want to take a moment because I realized I didn't really talk about the waste isolation pilot plant and what it is. there is a large salt deposit in New Mexico. It's about a mile and a half, or half a mile down, 2,100 feet. And it's thick enough to allow you to mine a room out of this salt, and then it closes. So the salt self-heals. So basically, once you put this transuranic waste in this mine that is 2,100 feet down, the salt closes around it and prevents preferential pathways for water, and makes it almost impossible that anyone will ever access it again, which is important. It's also in an area that has a lot of oil and gas resources. So there's oil exploration and production wells all around WIP that dig through this zone. So it's important to New Mexico in particular to know where exactly this mine that's full of transuranic waste is in relation to the ground. And, you know, that's not easy, but it is sort of a unique sort of self-healing landfill. I brought some salt from WIP that I can pass around at some point, or during the break you can come check it out. It's pretty, and it's I don't think you should eat it, but it is salt and it's not contaminated, so you could eat it if you wanted to. All right, so next slide. So with all of that complexity, we sort of tried to narrow it down, and I wanted to talk through the advice points and how they apply to the complexity. So first, we're recommending that the TPA agencies work with New Mexico and develop a really detailed inventory of the transuranic waste left on the site. And that includes some characterization to quantify the potential true in the pre-1970 waste. And then to come up with a system plan for transuranic waste that makes sure that working with Carlsbad Field Office, that there's a schedule that makes sense that all this waste can get to where it needs to go before there's nowhere else for it to go. And then also to make sure that there's sufficient space on site that if you're remediating a waste site that has transuranic waste, there's a spot to put that dirt while you're putting it into containers, so you don't have to direct load it into drums when you're excavating it. So I don't know whether that's like a big closed arena or something, but just to look at that and see, is storage space going to slow down the retrieval process for the pre-1970 waste? So that's sort of the TPA doing in-home work. And then the next slide. We want the TPA to work with New Mexico and give them everything they need to be happy to take the waste. The Department of Ecology did some of this footwork for this draft permit and sent our project management plan down there with a nice letter that said, you know, this is what it is, this is what our commitments are. You know, let's keep that conversation going so New Mexico doesn't feel like they're being surprised by anything. And because if they're surprised by something, they can shut down WIP. They have the authority to do that. So that's this one. Next slide. We would like to ask the local DOE offices to request that their headquarters begin a process for identifying WIP 2, because right now all of our eggs are in one basket, and WIP took 20 years to identify, permit, and start taking waste from the time it was initialized. So if we go out 20 years from now, okay, well, we're getting close to the end of that WIP life cycle if you're looking at even 2050. So we need to make sure that there's some seamless transitions here if there needs to be a transition. So, and then the next slide, we advise the TPA agencies to advocate for priority disposal of true shipments from EM sites over downbladed plutonium. And the revised WIP permit gave a better way to say this. And that's, we want to request, the TPA agencies request DOE to define legacy true as true from EM sites. So that way it's very clear and we'll have preferential disposition of that material in panel 12, which is the last panel in the current permit, the last room. So the bottom here is a modification that I'm going to recommend if this advice goes forward, we consider. Because that's new information that just came out last week. So there's a lot of words, and that's the advice part. Like I said, there's new information that came out last week that I did not have a chance to go back through and make suggestions to the background section, which is sort of how we get to the advice. So we would need to have a group of folks to do some meetings over dinner this evening perhaps and see if there's any changes that are needed based on the new permit. And we say that they were currently renegotiating the permit. Well, now they're not renegotiating it, it's out for public comment, so it's pending. So we need to see if there's any tweaks that we need to do. So the next slide is my questions for you. Is there anything in the advice that needs to get updated based on the WIP permit agreement, which that's what I just sort of talked about, and the recommendation for the advice point? We need to have that conversation. And then, is there anything that the TP agencies could provide that would change the importance of this advice or whether it's still pertinent? I know I threw a lot of information at you, but I feel like a lot of it is just unknown, and we're asking the agencies maybe to go and look at some of the unknowns and have some uncomfortable conversations. So then my last slide is just questions for me. I think I just like this image. I stole it from Jeff Burright. Yeah, so that's the overview. I did not touch the background because most of the background is sort of in writing the way that I got through the slides. So hopefully I answered the why. Normally, I guess the TPA agency is asked to be able to talk after the presentation. So I think I'm going to pass it over to them. That's a little different than how we normally would do advice, but they made a special request. So I'm going to pass it over to Mr. French.
Thank you. So I appreciate your concerns about how long WIP is going to be open. We did negotiate the M91 milestones around WIP closing in 2050. That time we were unaware of any discussions with New Mexico on limiting the time the facility is going to operate. So I can assure you that's a concern complex-wide, because WIP, as everybody knows, is a complex-wide asset. And we are probably the last site, big site in line to really be shipping to WIP at a higher rate. That's why we're getting ready to ship here at the end of the decade. Idaho's pretty much finished their shipments. Savannah River, I think, is close. And so we're next in line, big sites, and we'll be kind of the biggest player once we get into the 2032 or so time frame. So anyway, I'm sure that I have not had specific discussions with headquarters on this, although I know that they'd be working on this. We do DOE Hanford stays in close contact with Carlsbad, New Mexico, and headquarters. We have periodic meetings. We have a TRU working group that's a whole complex. It's morphed over the years, but we get together 2 or 3 times a year at different sites to go over issues like this and any other new requirements associated with WIP. I'm not sure exactly when the next one is scheduled, but I will ensure this is on the agenda for that. I'm not sure there's much. This is all managed out of headquarters, of course, and I know you guys understand that. So I'm not sure there's much the tri-party agencies can do. They are aware of our inventories, because there is inventories that are maintained of our existing transuranic waste and waste that we expect to be generated in the future. So that's not something that's unknown. I don't know what goes into the permit for at an MED, but we do share the concern, and we'll pass that concern on to the both headquarters and the Carlsbad field office at our next transuranic waste working group meeting.
I don't have anything additional to add for ecology right now. I know the last couple of months you guys have been developing this. We've had John Price and Eddie Holbrook, our section managers, or I should say former TPA section manager, John Price, sitting in on the meetings, and I know they're available for questions. They provided some answers and input on some questions you guys had. And I have Teresa in the audience today if you guys have any questions. I know Eddie's out of office, but we have Deb Alexander online. So if you guys have any questions for ecology, we can either answer your question or take the question back. But so we're just kind of here if you guys have any questions for us today.
And with that, let's do Michelle, Dan, and Jeff.
Tom, thank you for the explanation. As a non-technical person, it made perfect sense to me. So, so good job with that. My question for you is, given that there has been some applicable new information just readily available, is there a need to even perhaps wait until the next quarterly HAB meeting just to ensure that there's adequate time to review that new information rather than pushing hard in the next 24 hours to try and get this done, given that we're aware that the TPA agencies are aware of this issue, and so I'm not saying kick the can down the road very far, but just given that there's been so much new information to incorporate, that would be my question.
Yeah, and I am speaking on behalf of the IM team and RAP here. That's definitely one way that this could go. And I think that we're talking decades worth of time here. So a couple months probably isn't going to break things. However, because of the way committee meetings are scheduled, we'd have to look at the calendar and see when this could come up again, and whether there's a chance to get maybe someone from New Mexico to talk to the board and explain their take on the permit, so we can, not just have the conversations on the state to state level, but also on the citizen level. Maybe that's an option that we can look at, but if that's where we end up, that's perfectly acceptable. If it is important to get this through in a timely manner, maybe as part of the comment period that they're in now. It's a 90-day comment window that started last week. So we could potentially get in that queue as the HAB, which would be impressive. But yeah, point taken.
And I just wanted to add that the true waste is something that is proposed to be on the FY24 work plan. So the agency would like to bring a briefing to the group at that time.
Oh, thank you. I would support Michelle's request that if we can kick the can down the road a little bit till we have more information. And I'd also like to make a request in that WIP, I think, says they're 42% full. They measure themselves in cubic meters. There's 175,000 cubic meters that they're allowed to have under the Land Withdrawal Act. And so if we could start thinking in those terms so we'd know legally where we're at before Congress has to act, I think it would help us have an understanding of what we needed to do. And also, it'd be nice to get a clear understanding of how a cubic meter is calculated. Because is it the dunnage and the waste, or is it just the waste? Thank you.
And it's my understanding that the DOE interprets the calculation as just the transuranic waste, not necessarily the container around it. So that's why there's the discussion that it really isn't going to be shut in 2030. We have longer because we can put more of this stuff in there, even though most of it's just empty space and insulation around the transuranic core. It's not a core. The yeah, whatever the transuranic stuff is.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a more. It'd be nice to have a more precise feel for that. I mean, is it like atom by atom calculation, how many moles of plutonium there is? And that's all it matters, or is it the down blended material around the plutonium, for instance?
Jeff?
Thank you. Tom, you described interim storage, and there's a whole separate effort going on, that's called interim storage. So is there any possibility that these two, this project could get conflated with that other interim storage for waste?
Yeah, I'm more thinking on-site interim storage. We have the central waste complex right now where the majority of the transuranic that's retrievably stored and has been retrieved is stored. I think that made sense. But I was thinking more along the lines of the stuff that's not retrievably stored. It needs a home to be characterized and packaged on site, and I don't think that exists yet, but it's going to be needed, especially as we start remediating more of the Central Plateau. Yeah, and there is sort of that interim storage dialogue about citing an interim storage facility. That's for spent nuclear fuel, not for weapons complex material or EM or anything else. So yeah, it could be a confusing point.
We're going to go to Rose and Pam.
Thanks for the presentation, Tom. It was informative. I have to say that this, for Yakima Nation, this issue of whether or not there would be room and or time for the Hanford waste to go to WIP has been an ongoing concern, a very real concern. We know that Hanford's going to be the last of the big ones, and so and certainly certain delays and things that have happened is for as far as timelines and stuff has not helped that as we've gone down the road. So this was good information. However, I feel like it's obviously nothing is set in stone, and new people, politicians, whoever, come into play, come into power in New Mexico. So just because we've agreed upon something today does not mean that, 20 years from now, that's still going to be, in place. So it still will be an ongoing concern for Yakima Nation, clearly. Until it's there, it's going to always be an ongoing concern. It is the homelands of Yakima Nation here at Hanford, and obviously we want the waste off from the site as much as possible. This is and I could be a little bit out of touch, but this is the first time I've ever heard of a WIP 2. And I don't know if that's something that's being seriously talked about, and I just am not in that circle of conversation. I'm assuming that if they are looking at a WIP 2, that it would be in a different state, so that you've got that alternative. I don't know if you can shed any light about that particular thing, but it was like I say, it's the first time I've heard anybody say that. And then the other thing is, I guess I was a little bit. I didn't realize that they were, again, could be just me being out of touch. I didn't realize that they were actually looking at grouting weapons grade plutonium and potentially, taking it, allowing space for that at WIP. And so that was a little bit of news to me too, as to how realistic is that going to actually happen and be taking up space, at that location. And just out of curiosity, I kind of wonder if they're able to, extract it from grout if they're, for whatever reasons, thought that they may need it again in the future. Lord, hopefully not, obviously, but I just kind of wonder about that a little bit when they're saying they're going to grout something like that, especially with things the way they are in the world. You just never know what path people are going to take. But anyway, just a couple of, I don't know if you could shed any more light, like on the WIP 2 thing and in particular, and I guess That was the main thing for me, is because I think we would eventually, if something does happen there, it's nice to know that there's a plan B, so to speak.
Yeah, WIP 2 is something I made up. But there is in the permit, in the proposed permit, requirement that DOE be actively looking for a second repository outside of the state of New Mexico. They are serious about that.
Tom, I'm going to jump in real quick.
Yeah.
You are not the only person to use WIP 2.
Oh.
Sorry. The most recent, I think it was just last month, Northern New Mexico's advisory board, their equivalents to the HAB, actually had Ike White speak to them. He was on site for a tour, and he came and attended their meeting and took Q&As. And that was one of the questions from one of their members. Are you considering a WIP 2? Because we all know it's going to close someday. And he was very open and said that he is actually looking into that and then looking into having that public conversation to figure out what can be done, should be done, needs to be done. But it's still in the very early stages. But it is something that is on his screen.
And the second part of the question was about the downblending. And South Carolina, Savannah Riverside is actively doing that. A portion of the site was just transferred from EM to the agency that controls weapons-grade plutonium, which is NNSA. And they have a facility that is actively downblending plutonium, surplus plutonium. So that's happening.
So Susan, I'm sorry, but I just had so this was actually talked about at the equivalent of the Los Alamos site, like their HABs, is that?
The Northern New Mexico Advisory Board has meetings just like we do.
Right.
And it was at their most recent one. And you can probably go on to their, they have a YouTube page.
Yeah.
And you can probably pull up, well, I know you can because I got it, pull up the recording of that meeting.
Yeah, I would just be curious as to how, in what context it would be brought up in New Mexico to have a WIP 2, like, they don't want to, at some point they know that New Mexico doesn't want all of this waste anymore. So what's your plan B, I guess?
Now, it was more the gentleman that asked the question is more looking complex wide, as bigger picture.
All right, so Pam.
Thank you. Tom, would you please transmit the document that you found about the WIP permit to the facilitators so that they can transmit it to us so we can take a look at it?
Yes, it's a very not user-friendly website from New Mexico's regulatory page, and it's got like a whole bunch of attachments that you have to download individually. But yes, I can definitely send that link.
Just what you gave us is what I'd be interested in looking at. And I agree with several other people that have said this is a really long issue. And I think bringing it up at our next meeting when we've had a better chance to look at what they have issued would be a reasoned approach. Thank you.
We're going to go to Robert and then Richard, and there's a few items online from non-HAB members, but they're questions of clarification.
Hello. Okay. First I want to say is that what we're trying to do with the WIP is that there is some very safe places to store this waste. And that's one of the safer places. And so when we came to deciding to put it in salt, there's only so many stable salt deposits with thousands and thousands of feet of that layer. And it started generally around towards the end of the 70s. We started losing employees from the Hanford site to go down to WIP to help start up, but they had problems starting up. This whole issue came up last January when a weapons complex monitor had mentioned that there's some litigation over the permitting of the WIP pilot plant, for the state of New Mexico. And we brought it up, we discussed it. We didn't see any action happening at the time, Tom and others. And so advice seemed appropriate. And so right now, learning that we are going to get a presentation this year on the WIP from the DOE, things seem that we kind of started a fire, which sounds pretty good. We're going to get some information. The other thing is we have to appreciate that if we take land away from the state, it's got to be a congressional issue. And one of the advantages of some of our advice is it does go to our delegation, and that we can maybe get some people talking about it in Congress to sit there and go through the process of how they would down select and generate another facility for it. And that's the same way. The Waste Policy Acts of '82 basically said we have to do geologic storage, geologic disposal. We have to have a period of time where we can reclaim it if we made a mistake. And I think it's a well-reasoned approach. As far as what we're doing here and this advice, it may have had its desired effect before we even published it. Because I'm real excited to hear what DOE's got to say coming up, as well as new site selections. Remember, the WIP is a pilot plant. It was only supposed to take a few percentage of that waste because there were better geologies out there, such as Yucca Mountain or others that, considering the containers and how they'd overpack and that. There's other safe places as well throughout the United States. Anyway, that's my comment was, and I would agree if we postpone this and refine it. I do like the new approach where we tell them what we're going to do to the beginning, and then we lay on all technical facts, and then we finish with our advice. Rather than piecemealing it all the way through, it had a coherency to it this time. Thank you.
Richard?
I've been playing with plutonium for almost 30 years. Ever since I accepted the position at Rocky Flats. This topic needs to go to the EMSSAB for discussion to get a perspective of all the sites. The reality comes down to is Nevada's upset because the waste, the product, which is now waste, we shipped from PFP to Savannah River. Savannah River shipped it to Nevada. And the reason I know that is because it was DOT approved shipping containers. It was easy. Savannah River's under pressure to get rid of their plutonium supplies. And plutonium comes in two flavors, good and not so good. And what they're down blending is the not so good. And it's not so good because it was pretty good. Somebody could steal it, but they didn't want to declare it waste. And so, 30 years of, well, it's good plutonium, it's not waste. So we don't have to put it in storage and make a waste designation. So your advice number 2 is a lightning rod for all the sites. And I don't think we should go there as far as down blending. Down blending is appropriate. It really isn't going to take much volume. Your mass, it isn't pure plutonium to begin with. And your mass volume is, we shipped what came out of PFP, which we called ash, quote unquote. Rocky Flats shipped, we had huge tents, 10 drums high, full of ash that we had at Rocky Flats, which we made waste, which we had down blended. So down blending is just part of remediation. I mean, it probably all came from Hanford to So it is our waste that we want to get put to bed. So that's why I say the down blending probably shouldn't be part of our issue. I don't mind the other discussion issues, but that's part of it. Just to clarify, the pre-70 waste. Most of if those that are familiar with the site know that the burial ground next to PFP, or the former PFP, is where all the true waste was put. Pre-70 waste, they segregated waste from PFP, which they suspected was over 10 nanocuries per gram. The threshold for transuranic is 100. The threshold for greater than class C is 95, which means there's a 5 gram, oops, where the hell do we put it? But the reality comes down to is the cost of storing mixed waste and the risk associated with storing mixed waste in a drum is pretty dang low. The risk of storing some of this down blended stuff is, we're talking PFP risk, which is pretty high. Yeah, you always have a fire risk for any of them, but you don't have a source term. 100 nanocuries per gram is not a risk-based number. It's a political number, which may change over the years, much like the 10 nanocuries per gram to 100 nanocuries per gram. We got to recognize out around PFP, there's probably somewhere between 50 and 100 kilograms of plutonium in the cribs and in the slab left over from PFP. What volume is going to come out of that? Where is it going to go? Who knows? And so it's not a bad discussion. But like I said, down blending, you don't want to go there. I mean, that's my advice. But just so you know, the pre-70 stuff, a lot of it's, oh no, never mind, step off pet waste. So some of it's gonna be glove boxes, but anyway.
Yeah, the Z trenches is, that's well more than 200 kilograms when you add all that up. So, and the new language that I put in there as a suggestion doesn't talk about downblending anymore. Now it's talking about defining legacy waste, which is what New Mexico asked DOE to do. So I think that's a less lightning-y way to do it.
And Todd?
Thank you. So first, it annoys me that Richard says he's been playing with plutonium for 30 years and he still has more hair than I do. So I went down to WIP earlier this year, and they talked about this issue. So I did email my contact down there, the person who took me on the tour, to see if he had any thoughts. He hasn't responded. Doesn't entirely surprise me, but if he does, that could be useful, especially to your point about getting some feedback from them. I am interested in maybe postponing this until next time, especially Mark, and I don't know what the process is on this, but you said you were going to bring it up at the next transuranic group meeting. I don't know if that would give you an opportunity to give some feedback. We sort of put you on notice. You can get their feedback and then tell us, next time. I think that might be useful if you're able to do that. So that's kind of where I think, putting this off just a little bit, given our constraints, we might get a little more feedback. I do think it would be useful to have this advice before the presentations next year so that they have something to respond to. So I don't think we want to put it off too long, but I think given the fact that we can get some feedback from New Mexico, from the working group, I think that might be useful.
And Tom, we had one question. It's a low It's a definitional question about whether the WIP is only using a small portion of the 10 by 10 mile land area. This is from Earl Fordham. Is there any thought of expanding the current WIP? Do you know?
The New Mexico regulator has made it very clear that if WIP is expanded, it will be shut down. Without, if it's expanded past its congressional mandate in volume. So I think it's more of a volume issue than a spatial issue.
Okay, thanks. And we have another technical edit, and I'll give it to you offline.
Mark, real quick, I want to follow up on what Todd asked. Our next board meeting, according to the calendar that we have yet to approve, but tentatively is set for November 14th and 15th, if that would work with the schedule, with your schedule. Thank you.
Rose?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a follow-up question. So it's apparent that we're kind of dealing with a time element on this. And so, Mark, you're going to be having some discussions and potentially have some updates and whatnot. Can those be delivered via email to the group so that we can at least start getting some of this information in so that we can maybe have a more productive discussion when you do come back, instead of just kind of getting hit with all of it and then not really having a time to think about it and go through it. So for me anyway, I know that would be really helpful if we could, if it has to trickle in a little bit just because of various meetings, that's okay, but at least I'm not getting hit with everything just like at the meeting.
Yeah, I'll work with Lindsay on that.
And just so everybody is on the same page, we would not be able to consider this at November's board meeting because there's no way that the River and Plateau could revise, the committee couldn't revise this advice, get it through the process. There's a little more lead time than that. So it would probably be March or at the earliest that we could consider it.
So we're going to talk about the calendar here shortly. However, the next meeting after the one this fall will be February 6th and 7th. So there's some time there.
Does that conclude? Does that conclude this session?
Anybody have anything else for the good of the order?
Okay, yeah.
I guess I got one question, just with the structure of our committees changing, what hurdles do we have there then?
So I think the IM team are largely folks that are still going to be on the board. A couple people will be terming off, but they can be included as IM team members emeritus. The RAP is metamorphosing into the CARM, so I think that would be the place that it would be continued. Yeah, so it would be on the January CARM meeting agenda then.
So with that, next steps, we're not doing a rewrite tonight. We're not going to do a rewrite tomorrow or a review tomorrow. So it kind of opens up that piece of time. Is that correct? And it's going back to committee and IM team. Is that the path forward? Anybody have any more questions or concerns? Pam.
I'm looking at the calendar and it looks like, oh, excuse me, that's just full HAB. So we don't have committee meetings until when?
So Pam, let's talk about this afternoon or in just a little bit because there's a lot of conversation to be had and there's going to be one proposed change to the calendar that you guys have and I want to make sure that you have what I'm going to propose and that it will be on screen so we can talk through it.
Thank you.
If I could just wax poetic for a moment, since there's a little bit of time, I just really love the fact that this board having this conversation, even though we didn't pass the consensus advice this meeting, we made a change and we made some conversations at the TPA agencies happen, even though we didn't formally adopt a piece of advice. We're improving the cleanup just by talking. And that's sort of cool.
So we are going to go on break. There's a 5-minute bonus in the break, and we are reconvening at 3 p.m.
If you want to see some whip salt, I got it here, so come find me.
Welcome back. We will now start on the HAB Administrative Business section. While we're pulling up the proposed revisions to the committee description, let me explain why we're looking at that again. For those of you that were at the meeting in April, we approved the descriptions of the new committees. And during the leadership meeting, we made some tweaks, one of which was a significant oversight on behalf of the leadership team, was that we did not call out safety, worker safety and health. So the revision that you received in your packet and is now coming up on about to come up on the screen has some proposed revisions that the EIC and leadership team has proposed, and we need your thoughts and hopefully your consensus that this is good to go forward to be implemented on 1 October. I think most of them are self-explanatory. So I'm going to just let you look at it and say if you have any issues. Richard.
Mine's easy, just simply be consistent with lids. You have a lid in the description. It starts on the lid committees.
So to add
Put an S
Oh,
in it.
okay. Josh, you got that? Okay, let me just clarify. Josh, you're transcribing as best you can. Thank you. Okay, so in the first sentence, it's the lids committee. Okay. Dan.
Yes, thank you. On the Executive Issues Committee, is that a public meeting and will public comment be taken?
The Executive Steering Committee is
Yeah.
not normally a public meeting.
All righty, thank you.
I believe the group took the opportunity to review the big changes at the April board meeting, and what you're seeing in front of you. It's my understanding that these are the revisions that were made at the leadership workshop. So that's why it's kind of marked up in red line. And so I don't know if any of the folks who were at the leadership workshop have anything they want to add to it, or if it's pretty self-explanatory. Becky, you look like you want to say something.
Well, I always want to say something, but yeah, so it was originally, the lid committee. And so, that was the issue that we had at the leadership workshop, was the worker health and safety was left out. So just to explain why that change was made. It looks fine to me, though.
Great, thank you. Rob.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, I was at the meeting, but could you remind me and maybe everyone else the changes that you made to CARM, lids, twist, the device should be recommended? Why we changed that, why we added that wording in there?
The wording was always there. It was just in a different format.
It makes it consistent. from committee to committee, I think was the.
Actually, it was should be recommended was at the end of the sentence. So it's editorially changed.
Yeah, okay.
So it's an editorial change, not a significant change, if that helps any.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It did not change the intent. Yes, Dan.
This is going to probably be a radical suggestion, but I really like the AOA where the acronym where they did capital A, small o, capital A, alternative analysis. And wondering if the same thing couldn't be done with, I forget where I was now. I think it was cleanup, small a and RM. C, small a, RM.
Sure, Wyden.
That was too. Thank you.
Yes, Lorraine. Sorry, Esteban first. Esteban put his up first.
Thank you, Susan. Because now, right now, I moved to Hood River, and one of the big things I think we've, especially I think even with the Forest Service, that we communicated and like where it says here, community values and concerns in public health and safety issues. To me, and as a person that always kind of does this outreach and engagement, the big thing sometimes, even I think when it comes to the federal government, that trying to learn that communities are always different, especially diverse communities and different indigenous communities. Because I know even with the EEOC, the big thing that in Oregon that was happening, there's a lot of indigenous farm workers that speak their language, and that's a big thing to kind of communicate to them. So, especially right now, one of the things we talked about is like for the forest fires, like I think like values or concerns for public health. How do you communicate to these communities in their language? Especially, I think that's one of the things even in some of these rural communities there, it's kind of harder to, do people know what their values and concerns are, especially when public health issues?
Are you proposing a specific change that you can?
Well, kind of like, what does it mean? Like, I mean, this is kind of just general.
This is just a high level mission statement.
Gotcha.
That's the goal.
Okay.
I mean, yes, the committee then will take the mission statement and then flush it out what the goal is, the objectives, and everything is. So, Lorraine, she was next. Sorry, Lorraine.
That's okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So for the land use infrastructure, waste disposition, and safety, I would recommend that you also add in the fact that, you need to take into consideration the treaty rights and it refers to health and safety, but also the treaty rights that are affected, that affect the Yakama Nation and other tribes in the Wanapum Band. So that would be my recommendation, is that you add, add some type of language in there that acknowledges that.
And I think that the purpose of bringing the editorial comments here was simply to go through the few editorial, I guess, recommendations that were made at the EIC. However, this has already been through the consensus process at the April board meeting. So I think that my understanding was that the recommendation is just to make those editorial comments and not to kind of change the, I guess, the meaning of each committee, with the understanding that those type of things are incorporated within that committee. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And Tom, you look like you had something to respond.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to Esteban's point, where this is sort of the high level overarching topics, and then the committee themselves will be determining what is in scope and what isn't. I think that, having a place to discuss land use and stewardship without trying to go, obviously the treaty rights are going to be part of the conversation. I don't know how they fit we can fit that extra, it's not extra, how to fit that into the description, if that makes sense. With the understanding that that is absolutely part of the conversation anytime land use comes up. Yeah.
And Lorraine, I want to make sure that well, before we get to Ginger, and Ginger, I apologize for stepping in. I just want to make sure that I wrap Amanda into the conversation when we do discuss treaty rights, just because I want to have the right folks in the room for that conversation. Ginger?
There we go. So to the comment that Esteban made, and I know you don't want to change things a whole bunch, but perhaps just adding the words under community outreach and engagement, in the second to last sentence, it will make it a very long sentence, but effective and culturally appropriate information. Oh, explore. Well, he's suggesting explore diverse public involvement issues. I was thinking culturally appropriate, which would imply either immigrant farm workers or Native American concerns and outreach techniques that would be different, perhaps, than the standard audience.
Pam?
I think it's fine the way it is, and those issues can be addressed as part of the work plan of the committee, is my suggestion. And am I up for one other point?
Sure.
Okay. These acronyms they feel cutesy to me. And I think we should just call the tank committee the tank committee, because it includes everything about tanks. Thank you.
Jeff, are you up or down?
I'm down. I could wordsmith this to death.
I know, I think we all could. Rob?
I guess going back to that, the way we've changed the statement. You guys hear me okay? And maybe it's me looking too much into it, but if we say evaluate if advice should be recommended, it doesn't mean we're providing any advice. And I think that's what the committees do, right? We provide advice.
Well, first you have to evaluate if you need advice. And then if
Well,
you,
I think that would be, I guess, more inherently obvious that if you're going to provide advice, you've evaluated what you need to do.
And committees don't provide advice. The board provides advice. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
The committees recommend advice to the board, and the board approves the advice.
Recommended. Okay. Maybe we should add that. Should be recommended to the board. Like I said, maybe
Okay.
I'm just.
All right, we're
reading
going to
too much
wordsmith
into it.
this to death.
Yeah.
Lorena, you up or down? She's back up. Okay.
Thank you. Just hearing the conversation, I just wanted to add that, by my speaking up and saying something, if I don't say it, then it's not going to be heard.
Right.
And going forward, I don't want, our tribal interests to be considered an issue. We should be included.
Mhm.
That should be automatic.
That should be automatic. You're very true, very
you.
correct.
Thank
And
you.
I don't think there's anybody here that disagrees with that. But thank you, because it is important to be stated. Okay, so do we have a consensus that these changes are acceptable and we can move forward to 1 October? Pardon? You want to change tank waste stewardship and treatment to just the tank waste committee? Rob Davis and Rob Parmalee, do you have any heartburn with that?
Not at all. I think I kind of advocated something very simple from the very beginning. So, yeah, tank waste or tanks.
Does anybody else have any concerns? Yes, Mia?
I think the idea at the outset was to change all of the committee names so that we would start fresh, was the intention from the beginning. So if we left Tank Waste Committee, that's the same name that we have now. So it needs to change to something different. That's, I mean, that's how we started this whole process.
It's already been approved. Let's leave it for right now as twist. I mean, I'm personally going to still call it the Tank Committee. That's just because that's just me. But, you know, well, is there anything that people here that people cannot live with right now? And we can revisit this next year. I mean, nothing is engraved in granite.
I've already come to realize that twist is what it's going to be. So, I mean, I just, I think there's value into changing it in that it sets this whole new tone with our new bylaws and our new, that sort of tone. I know that it sets that, and I can accept it. But again, I think I'll call it tanks too, or something very similar.
And I'll bring a twister sheet to the first
yes.
twist meeting.
Yes, yes, yes.
Becky.
Oh, no.
So I guess that comment, the comments that have been made about, well, it has to, the name just had to change so we could have a new start. Like, I beg the question, like, why? What about the names of these committees were so offensive or so like you couldn't understand what the committee was about? I don't understand that portion. I mean, we talked about it in the leadership workshop. I wasn't at the April committee meeting, but I did get to voice my concerns at the leadership workshop. So I'm just, why did everything have to change?
I can answer that. The reason that the committee restructuring started was because, as part of the operations work group, there was 6 different documents that described each committee slightly differently. What we wanted to avoid was having another document that describes the committee differently without differentiating between what it was when it was 6 different descriptions and one now common description. So eventually, you know, we're going to live with these names for a little bit and they can change. But it's just a clean break from the ambiguous committee descriptions that live in 6 different places for each committee and having one clear and consistent message. That's where it started. And that's why the decision was made at the leadership, or not the leadership workshop, the operations work group, that it was better to have a new committee with a well-defined, consistent scope, as opposed to just saying the tank waste committee is still the tank waste committee, if that makes sense.
Well, I was part of that working group as well. I mean, I suppose we could have changed, you know, what each committee did and left the name of the committee the same, right? So that everybody knew which committee was which. My point. Changing the name of the committee doesn't make any difference if you're changing what they do.
Okay, so we have got 40 minutes, and we haven't even started the work plan discussion. So I've got 3 people online with questions. Amber, Alfonso, and Chris. So let's get through those and let's try and reach a consensus on the committee descriptions and move on to the work plan. Amber. Oh.
So Alfonso was waiting before me, so I can defer to him to go first.
Okay, Alfonso?
Can you hear me? Hello? Speak up.
There you go.
How's that? Is that better?
Good.
Okay. I guess some of the comments made about being more diversified has nothing to do with tribal treaty rights. I sit here and I live in both worlds. I deal with farm workers and I deal with tribal members on a day-to-day basis. But this goes back to my first conversation, I think, or my first statement when I first joined this committee, was that we live in very different worlds. And I think educating yourself to your surroundings, and I'm talking about who you live by. Many people don't pay attention on what's actually there. I lived across the street from a reservation boundary. And until I was inside that reservation, did I actually know that there was another world. That world has been here. Supreme Courts consistently protects treaty rights. And yet I'm hearing, oh, we're going to put tribal say as part of a diversified comment, or at that level. It's not at that level. It's a much higher level. I think your Supreme Court has reaffirmed that time after time after time. It's actually offensive to hear that you don't want to put that in there because it's expected. It's not expected because people aren't educated where they live or how actions have consequences, or they cause problems. Hanford sits on ceded land. The Supreme Court protects ceded rights through that treaty. Tri-Cities sits on ceded land. Whether you like it or not, it comes first. We have to think in a much larger scope than what you know now. Maybe it's time to educate yourself on what's actually involved. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Alfonso. Amber?
So following up on Alfonso's comments, and I'm not sure if I'll defer to Laureen as well on this, but what would be the challenge with adding respect for treaty rights in the land use committee, or just referring to that? If it doesn't need to be in there, I wasn't sure if Laureen wanted it in there or not, but I think it really does need to be stated. It's a specific set of rights that is different than diversity, as was stated.
Lorraine, do you want to respond?
Thank you. Well, that's, the exact reason why I brought up that I think it does need to be included, and, because we all sit on this board and we represent different interests. And, if you look around the room, like Yakama Nation is at the table, and we're, I always feel like I'm a minority walking in this room because, we're neighbors, yet, we're constantly, making sure that our interests are represented there. And so, I appreciate that you, said that it would be something that would be automatically included going forward. And so, like I said, my last comment was that, if I don't bring it up and constantly relay that message, then, it might go by the wayside. So at every opportunity, that's my job. That's why I'm here. I'm representing, Yakama Nation tribal membership that, has a continued and historical interest in what's, being protected out at Hanford. So it's very important at every level, to be expressed and represented.
Thank you, Lorraine. I think I have the action right now because I don't know all of the answers to take the recommendation back and just to make sure that, that we're incorporating any recommendation in a way that's appropriate for the Hanford Advisory Board, with the understanding that you do have your own government to government relationships. And so I just want to make sure that I'm doing that properly. So I will take that action. And then if that's okay, I can get back to both you and Rose here after the meeting.
Thank you.
So to recap that, Lindsay has the action to do some research. We're not ignoring the respect for the treaty rights and the treaties, but we're not going to make a change at this moment. Like I said, this is not engraved in granite. We can always come back and revise this. This is part of our living documents. Let's do some research. Last question, and then we have to move on to the work plan. Chris.
Yes, I want to add to what Tom Cecilia said. When we considered the names in these terse descriptions of the committees, there were two additional things that we considered. One was there's a number of EMSSAB documents which describe what the roles and what the responsibilities are of advisory committees such as the HAB. And they list a whole bunch of things that advisory committees such as the HAB are supposed to consider. And we took those and then we looked going forward, which of these are really going to be important. So using twist as an example, it's not just tank waste. The big thing going forward is going to be the processing and the treatment of that waste. We looked and we didn't really see that any committee explicitly addressed things like land use or infrastructure. So we put that in and gave a name to it. In DOE's 5-year plan, it's no longer the river corridor or the Central Plateau. They have a risk mitigation set of work. So we wanted to make sure that that was captured in the committee. So it's these kind of things and went into some of the names and the abbreviations. They weren't arbitrary. They were done with looking at EMSSAB driver documents and looking down the road in the future, what's going to be important for the committees to address, and make sure that the names captured some of those.
Thank you, Chris. Dan, real short.
Very short. Could we suggest wording for Lindsay to take back? It's after health and safety instead of period, comma, consistent with treaty rights.
Let's Lindsay.
So I'm going to take the conversation back, make sure that I'm understanding what we can include in our, I guess, in our committee structures. And then I'll come back to that conversation. So my hope is I can have an answer for you guys by tomorrow. It may or may not happen, but I think we should continue this conversation tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so, well, that just kind of, all right. I was working on the path of, with the additions of 2 minor editorial changes, fix the lids and lowercase a in CARM, that do we have consensus to accept the committee descriptions as provided? And we will take the treaty rights discussion offline, and we'll come back at a later date with a proposal. But for 1 October, which is moving real fast,
Facilitation, do we have quorum?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Thank you. Do we have consensus?
For HAB members online, please put in yes if you agree with the changes as proposed. No, if you don't. People in the room, should we do thumbs up? No, just a vote? No. What do you think?
We
Chris?
basically just say,
Raise your
yeah.
hand. Okay.
Or say no. I think as Richard puts it, we basically say, if you do not agree, you say something. Otherwise, we're good to go.
Any
Silence is
objections?
silence is acceptance.
To acceptance online.
All right.
For the record, Yakima Nation is not agreeing. So I said something.
So we don't have a consensus.
Could I have a? My chat's not working.
Who's that? I'm not sure who that is. Amber.
Amber?
Yes, sorry, my chat hasn't been working since we came back from the last break.
Oh. But your audio is, so go ahead.
Oh, I just was gonna say Heart of America Northwest does not agree.
Okay, so the situation as it is right now, since we do not have consensus for the changes, is that the version that was approved in April at the April board meeting stands. Because this is Rev 1 of an approved document during the April board meeting. So that means I'm not saying, Becky, I believe that we still are including safety in the work plan. Worker safety and health is still being included in the work plan and can still be included in the work plan discussion. So we're not ignoring worker health and safety.
Can I say something?
Go for it.
Okay, so it's included in the work plan, but it's not included as part of what the committee actually does. So worker health and safety is not an important.
Because we do not have consensus for this.
Can the
Perfect.
facilitator ask an item of clarification? All right, so it sounds like option one is that in April, there was an adopted version. So there were revisions to the adopted version. So as recommended, round 2 of the versions could be adopted now that make several improvements. And there could be a future version 3 that includes the next round. Is there, and so I'll go back to Lorraine and Amber to say, do you not want to adopt these and leave April's wording as the current version of the document? Or would you like to adopt the refinements knowing that there are future refinements to make? I think those are where we stand. So do you want to go back to April? Okay.
Judy,
Brian?
can I offer a suggestion? This is Ryan, by
Yes.
the way, for those online. I heard Lindsay say that she's going to take this back and potentially try and get an answer tomorrow. Why don't we table this discussion until tomorrow and see if we get an answer?
Okay.
And then maybe we don't have to make the decision today on that. That's just my recommendation. Thank you.
And I will do my due diligence to try to get an answer by tomorrow. Rob, we really need to move on because we have 27 minutes left of the meeting, and I want to make sure we get at least an overview of what the agencies are bringing forward to the board for a work planning calendar for FY24.
Withdrawn? Are you withdrawing your comment? Yep. Okay.
Okay, so are we ready to move on to the rest? Okay, so I'm going to try to, I don't want to say rush through a few things, but I'm going to power through a couple of different items. The first one is, and I'm going to go kind of out of order. So the status/update of the 2024 membership package approval. Ryan let the cat out of the bag earlier today, and most of you know that the membership package is approved. All of the letters have been transmitted to those individuals, the primary members and alternates, and I have acceptance of everyone but 2. So we are moving right along, and we are then going into recruitment cycle starting September 1st. As far as item number 5, the status/update on the DOE review of revised HAB operating ground rules. This one is currently with Kelly Snyder, the DFO at headquarters. And so she's reviewing it. So it's working its way through the process. And so as soon as I have more information to share, I will bring that back to the board. Any questions on either of those items? Okay. I'm going to go out of order one more time. Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
At the last meeting, we were told that those of us whose terms expire in September, at the end of September 2024, have to reapply this September. Is that still true?
Yes, and we will be in contact to make that happen. So thank you for that clarification. Any other questions? Okay, so let's move on to, we're going to go out of order here to the FY24 calendar. And you guys will see that I did hand out a version that you haven't seen yet. And this is actually a version that's a little bit different than the one that was approved at the leadership workshop. And this is why. So you're going to see a change from your full board meeting, November 14th and 15th, push back to December 5th and 6th. There is a Stigwig meeting in Minneapolis that will have our senior level management out of town. And because that is our very first board meeting with our new board, we want to make sure that we have the right folks in the room for that welcome for our new members. And so the recommendation was made to move that board meeting from the 14th and the 15th to December 5th and 6th. With that being said, we didn't want to move it the week before because it would be 2 weeks after your HAB member orientation, our committee of the whole, and a pretty robust committee week. That's a kind of a heavy lift for not only the agencies, but the facilitation team, plus our out of town travelers. We didn't want to move it to the week after because it's Thanksgiving and we'll have a lot of folks tied up with other personal time off. And so the recommendation was to move it to December 5th and 6th. And now with that being said, Tom, you had the question that what if we don't have time to review the advice and bring it to the December board meeting? My recommendation would be to potentially add a committee call in November if needed, if there's any type of emerging advice that needs to come forward. I know that DOE can make themselves available to support that. Brian, do you have anything to add to that?
I was going to say for that November meeting, you said the Stigwig and your management's out. I just wanted to echo that a lot of ecology management and I don't want to speak for EPA, but to my knowledge, some EPA management will be out. So all 3 agencies wouldn't have been able to support that November day for a full HAB meeting.
So I appreciate the flexibility there. I know that there was a lot of changes from what I've been told to the FY23 calendar. My hope is that we don't have that similar situation this year. So what you have is what we're hoping to commit to, and I see quarterly committee meetings. We have our board meetings identified quarterly. And so I appreciate the willingness to work in December. Richard.
I'm not certain for the time delay on these microphones. Is there a reason we didn't put committee week in November? I look at it, we're constituting new committees, getting organized, and we have it at the end of October, but I'm not quite, in person, face to face makes sense. We're trying to constitute what we're going to do and that kind of stuff. So I don't know. I understand why you moved the
board meeting,
but why not dedicate a committee week in November?
So as previously discussed, so the board meeting was originally planned for November 14th and 15th, right? Because we're going to hold the board meetings quarterly. So October, and this is where things got a little bit tricky. October was a really challenging month scheduling wise. There's the Oregon Hanford Cleanup Board, I believe, the week of the 10th. There was a commitment October 16th that week. And so the only week we could have a committee week in October was essentially the week of the 23rd. And so that's what you see in front of you, the 24th, the 25th, and 26th. Now that pushes it all the way almost to the end of October, where had we had the board meeting the 14th and the 15th, it would have been a little challenging for the administrative side of things to get everything moving to a board meeting. So to add a committee week there and then, a board meeting after that. I think that, as far as DOE is concerned, we were comfortable with the flow of meetings. And so what we're asking you to do is to push the board meeting out. And then in the event that there's something that we need to add as far as bringing advice forward, we would schedule like a virtual call.
That still didn't address what I'm asking for is a committee week in November so the committees can actually, I don't see, since we have new committees starting in October, I don't see the committees necessarily coalescing until, in that meeting, it's just, hey, here we are.
So we have a pretty robust week scheduled for October. So October 24th, we have a new member issue manager team coming together, and they're going on the 24th. We are going to have a Hanford site tour, a windshield tour, as well as a massive tour. So I got that scheduled, as well as the HAB member orientation. The 25th, we are hosting the committee of the whole meeting, so we have the opportunity for the full board to come together. And we're hoping that between the new member orientation and that committee of the whole, that folks take the opportunity to select their committees to join. And then the 26th, we have a committee meeting. And so going into November, we still have the same scheduling challenges. The week of the 14th or the 13th, we're going to have folks out of town. The week of the 20th is a holiday. And so, then 2 weeks later, we're going into a full board meeting. So I think, again, it would be challenging to add a committee week in November. And so typically the board doesn't work in December. And so what we were asking from the board is to push that meeting from November 14th and 15th back a few weeks.
Lindsay, what are you seeing on the 26th when you said committee meeting? After the committee of the whole on the 25th?
I believe it is the Community Outreach and Engagement Committee that will be meeting that day.
And Richard, your concern is that you've got new committees forming in October and they don't actually meet until January
Right.
to come together?
So they'll be coming together in October, and they will be coming together in December. And like I said, I think it's also a great opportunity for folks to really get a lot out of that new member issue or the new member orientation and that site tour, as well as the committee of the whole. It is going to be a pretty interactive committee of the whole, and so I'm pretty excited about it. Mia and Sue participated. I think we talked about this previously at the EMSSAB in March. We had a budget simulation, and we're bringing a gentleman in from headquarters to do that with the board. And so it's going to be, I think, a pretty cool experience for everybody.
Well, I see it as really detrimental to establishing the new committee. That's my point. I believe we should have and I'm not quite sure why the committee, you still haven't convinced me why DOE being out of town the week of the 13th says we can't have committee meetings.
And
subcommittee meetings.
No, and I understand that, and I can take that recommendation back. However, that's not something that I can commit to today, just because of the flow of the meeting. Like I said, there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes to bring the briefings to the committee, to have the facilitation team ready to come to these meetings. And so if there is work to be done, and if there's something that is timely to bring to the board, we can take a look at adding something
Well, no,
in.
I see it as committee business being established. What are we going to ask for things in January? Doing it on calls makes no, we're going to be adopting new people. So I believe it's appropriate to have the subcommittees meeting the week of the 13th, somewhere on there. So
I'll take that recommendation back. Thank you, Richard.
Dan?
Just to be brief, if you could experiment with the colors on these and get something that's the more saturated colors. I call your attention to 24th, 25th, and 26th. You really have to stare at that to realize there's two different colors there. So if you could experiment and try to find some where there's more contrast, I sure would appreciate it.
We'll work
These
on
old
it.
eyes would appreciate it.
My older eyes will appreciate it too. Duly noted.
So it doesn't match up with our
That is an edit that also needs to be made. And I think that is because you have the old version. And so the recommendation was to make the change at this committee meeting or at this board meeting. I apologize to present it. So those dates for October, or I'm sorry, for November, December won't align. And October, I think there was a typo and yep, that was my administrative error. So I apologize.
Lindsay, could I propose something for you to consider?
Yes.
Instead of having the public involvement meeting on the 26th, how about half day of tanks and a half day of CARM? And use a phone call for public involvement. Thank you.
Rose.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind folks too that as far as the week of November 13th, that the STIGWIG includes tribes. And so that means tribes, DOE, EPA, and the state are not available. So, and I know from my perspective, we would want to be available for some of these meetings. So just as a reminder that we're not going to be here either.
Thank you, Rose.
Tom.
I would just say that to Pam's point, there is a briefing that we had talked about maybe pushing back that would fit with lids on infrastructure that would let Richard and Becky have a meeting for their committee as well, instead of CARM and tanks. Maybe it's tanks and lids.
And I'm open to that conversation. I think, for DOE, I think it's really understanding what committees would like to meet first, right? We'd all like everybody to have the opportunity to meet, but we have limited time in October. So, like I said, we have the HAB member orientation, the site tour, the committee of the whole. And so if the group wants to move forward with, delaying the committee outreach and engagement committee and having another committee meet, we can absolutely look into that.
And Tracy is nodding yes. Okay, Chris Sutton has been on hold for a while. Hey, Chris, you still there?
I forgot to unraise my hand. Sorry.
Okay, well, we just didn't want you to totally think we forgot all about you. Okay, Rob, you up or down?
More meetings are fine with me. We can always fill them. I mean, we had a number of subjects to bring up this year, and so whatever can be done to half days or something of that sort would be good.
Thank you, Rob.
So do we have any other comments? Ryan, do you have anything else you needed to provide to the group?
Nope.
I move adoption of the revised calendar.
Do we have a consensus? Does anybody disagree? Okay, we have an adoption of the calendar.
Fantastic. And I know we only have about 10 minutes left to kind of go through the FY24 work plan. So I am grateful that we have a little bit of extra time built into tomorrow so we can further go through this. And Sue, I don't know if you want to take the lead on giving an overview of the FY24 work plan.
I'm going to suggest you do, because you and Ryan and Roberto put together a pretty robust work plan for us this year. And we saw it at the leadership meeting, but they came to the table with a pretty robust plan. So now we just get to refine it if we need to.
Sounds good. And Ryan, I'll kind of, all right, we'll do this together. And so I think a big change that you'll see from the FY23 work plan is that when you go to, and I'm skipping around here, so I apologize. When you go to each committee, as outlined, we have the different topics, but you don't have a date identified for those briefings. And here is why. I would like to say, in October, I'm going to bring you this because it's going to be readily available. However, if I go knock on that SME's door and he tells me it's not readily available and I come back to you and say, I'm really sorry, it's not available, I don't want to have to do that. So what we changed is that we identified the topics, we identified the agency action, and we identified the purpose of each briefing, but we didn't identify that timeline. So what I have the action to do is to take a look at these topics that are identified and get a head start on them, right? Trying to figure out what it is that we can bring to you and when. So if there's something that, if I want to bring you a WESF update and WESF's not available, maybe I can go knock on Mark French's door and say, hey, what do you got on 324? So Tom, before I continue.
I'll wait until we go through the table.
Okay, so as we go through, so let's go back to, I guess page 6 is where we have the calendar. And you'll notice that there is an administrative error on my part for October. I think it says 23, 24, 25, and I believe it should say 24, 25, 26. And so we'll walk through October 3rd and 4th. Mia, Sue, and I will be at the EMSS AB chairs meeting. October 9th is Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day. October 24th, we'll have that, like I said, the HAB new member orientation and the Hanford site windshield tour, as well as the massive tour. October 25th, we have the committee of the whole. Like I said, we are going to have Christopher Crawley come from headquarters, and he is going to be providing the budget simulation, and that can be the kickoff to the Hanford site budget priorities advice. I'm sorry, I should say cleanup priorities, not budget priorities. So if we can make that change. And then October 26th, from what I just heard during that conversation, is that the committee, Outreach and Engagement Committee, is willing to forego that meeting for other committees to meet. So we can talk more about what committees are meeting tomorrow. And I don't think I need to go, I guess, month by month, but that's all outlined here. So let's go to the work plan just for the sake of time. You see on page 8 that there are 6 opportunities to provide advice. Obviously, there's many more if there's an emerging topic, but these are the 6 topics that the agencies work together to identify as potential advice. We have environmental justice, true waste, risk communication and strategies, the draft Hanford site-wide permit, Rev 9A, the Hanford site cleanup priorities, and grouted low activity waste disposal. So those are 6 opportunities that we have for you. Ryan, do you want to start going through each committee or?
Sure, I can. I want to clarify first that TPA requested advice list. I think it was the operating ground rules or some other document that said that the agencies are actually required to come every year and provide a list to the HAB of advice that they're requesting. And once we started the operations work group, we realized that wasn't being done. So this is the first reiteration of that, which again, Lindsay, Roberto, myself, and then Dave, Carey, Dave Bowen, all we got together and came up with this list of the TPA requested advice. But like Lindsay said, if there's emerging topics or other things come up, open to other advice. That's not just that. Yeah, exactly. I guess Lindsay, we can just maybe flip flop committees if you want.
Sure.
Okay, so community outreach and engagement. Some topics you'll see there's agency action and then purpose. So topics for the community outreach and engagement were increasing HAB member and public participation, which would be purpose to be informational, new member orientation, again, informational, environmental justice, communications, outreach, engagement, and public involvement. More specifically, there's unification of diverse environmental justice directives and initiatives. We've presented on EJ a few times to HAB committees, but for those that are unfamiliar, there are several different environmental justice directives, like state of Washington has our Healthy Environment for All, our HEAL Act. EPA has got their own initiatives, DOE's got their own initiatives. So I think an idea for advice here was looking at, how can we kind of coalesce and get together all of our initiatives, for Hanford. And then review of the 2022 TPA public involvement survey results. That was a report that we published back in June or July. So that would just be an opportunity, an informational update to the committee on kind of the results of the survey and looking ahead to the next surveys for the next year. And then risk communication strategies, which would actually be a joint session with CARM. And speaking of CARM, Lindsay, do you want to take over CARM?
Sure. So for CARM, we have identified for informational briefings, we have groundwater update, a 324 building update, K-Basin, WESIF, and the integrated disposal facility. Now, I did hear the group earlier talk about the potential for advice on 324. So just because something is identified as informational does not mean that you cannot provide advice on it. So I just want to make sure that I clarify that for you. Next, we have risk communication and strategies. Again, this was one that was going to be combined with community outreach and engagement. This one is identified as advice. The agencies are also requesting advice on true waste. It looks like you guys got a good head start on that one. We also have the status of PFAS. This is one that was identified by Roberto and EPA. So that would be an informational update. We'll also have an informational update on 100K and 100N proposed plans in the RIFS. I believe we have Jason Capron has already committed to coming back to the CARM committee. And then I think it was you over there, Jacob, the Phoenix 101 tutorial. That is something that I believe Naomi says that she can support in FY24. So we have that identified on the work plan.
And for LIDS, the current list on here was informational briefing. Yep, sorry, Tom.
So now's my time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since this is open and we haven't adopted it yet, I think we need to add a column, a row on the milestone updates and renegotiations for M15, M16, and M85.
Is that on CARM?
Yeah.
So can we keep it just milestone updates? And that way, if there's more that come forward.
As long as it also goes under other committees as milestone updates as well, because, yeah.
Yep, we'll make sure that's a cross-cutting topic included across all committees.
I support that too. Sorry, were there any other questions on those first two committees? I realize we're kind of powering through them. Dan, you have your hand raised?
Yes, on the environmental justice coming through the community outreach and engagement, I think we still have this backwards. Where needs to be environmental justice, it needs to come through the committees that deal with substance, because otherwise it looks like window dressing. And if the tri-party agencies have an environmental justice concern, they should bring it through the specific substance committees, and then the substance committees can take it to the community outreach, and then the community outreach can assist in that. But this way is backwards, and it looks like window dressing, and the optics look bad, at least to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And I think we're ready to move on to the land infrastructure, waste disposition and safety, LIDS committee.
Yep. So I think Tom and Lindsay already alluded to this, that there's an infrastructure update that's on tap, which I think maybe later this year. Advice requested on transuranic advice. I already covered that, so I won't go into more detail on that. The draft Hanford site-wide permit, again, that's anticipated to go out for public comment in early next year, and I anticipate. I've done a lot of research, and thanks to Pam for helping point me in the right direction, and Liz Matson and other folks for pointing me to what happened back in 2012 when you guys did the advice back then. But that's an advice that Ecology is requesting, and I'll be bringing stuff as soon as I'm able to the board, and we'll be working with the appropriate committees, because it's the Hanford site-wide permit. It's kind of cross-cutting. So, and we're already talking about public involvement for Rev 9 with the PIC, for example. So that's just a topic that I anticipate we will continue to do updates and request advice on once it gets a little closer. And really quick, I'm not trying to take up too much time, but back in 2012, as my understanding, there was two task forces that were kind of formed. One was formed before the permit was actually went out for comment, and then another one started when the permit went out for comment. And I'd have to look back on how more of that worked. Obviously, the way things are structured today, it's going to be a lot harder to do the same kind of level of advice. I have some different ideas, but I can share more tomorrow or in another venue. But I do think we have some really good potential for some advice there if you guys want to pursue advice. And then the other topics was, and actually I'm just blew over it. Potential areas could include review incorporation of comments from the HAB's 2012 advice onto this Rev 9A, and then review what's like, for example, what's new in this renewal and what has changed from the last one. And then the other topic here is workforce safety and health with, again, informational purpose, and that would include emergency response and emergency preparedness. And I think that wraps up that committee. Does anybody have any comments on that one?
Okay, it is 3:59. I'm going to power through tank waste stewardship and treatment with the understanding that this conversation will continue tomorrow. So Rob, if you could hold your comment to tomorrow so we can let everybody go on time or as close to on time as possible. But you can be first up in the morning if that's okay with you. Okay, so for tank waste stewardship and treatment, for informational briefings, we have a briefing on, or we're anticipating bringing briefings forward on direct feed low activity waste program, tank integrity, retrievals and closures, system plan 10 discussion, low activity offsite disposal, the test bed initiative, lessons learned from HLW, which I believe that will be Matt Irwin, and we have advice requested on grouted low activity waste disposal. So this is just a quick, okay, go ahead, Rob.
Lessons learned from LAW to HLW.
We'll make that clarification for you.
And to make sure that our direct feed low activity is going to include amps. And in the tanks, it's also going to include surface barriers.
So let's not get too far in the weeds. Let's make sure we have that conversation offline.
All right. I'm just following his 5-year plan.
Perfect. That is a great way to do things. Thank you, Rob.
Okay, and last but not least, committee of the whole, again, with the understanding we'll have more time to go over this stuff tomorrow. Lindsay already went over Hanford site cleanup priorities, budget simulation as a committee of the whole topic later this year. Again, potential, advice, cleanup priorities advice. Another topic is informational on comprehensive land use plan, long-term stewardship. And then again, the draft Hanford site-wide permit 9A, given it is such a cross-cutting topic. That being said, really quick, Judy, if you could actually strike out the review baseball cards. We're actually doing that at the PIC in September. And again, that would include what I said, reviewing comments that were provided by the HAB in 2012, review of what's changed, and also the leak response plan that's going to come out of the agreed order on leaking tanks is going to be incorporated into the site-wide permit renewal during that public comment period. So anticipate that being a topic along with that permit renewal.
Okay, we are at 4:01, so I'm going to look at Sue and Judy. And my recommendation to the group is to please take a look at that work plan for FY24. And if there's things that you think may be missing, please bring them to the table tomorrow so we can have that discussion.
Sorry, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, meet back here. We will reconvene. We will start with the work plan or the calendar if Lindsay's got resolution on the calendar, or not, sorry, the committee descriptions, the committee description discussion. We've taken out an hour, so we've got time to work on these products so that we get them right, so that on 1 October, we start fresh for fiscal year 24. Does anybody have any? Yes, Jeff.
We have time to talk about DOE's response to our last advice
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Since true advice is not going to be worked on tomorrow, we've got some space there to have some business discussions. So I hope everyone has a nice evening. And we are in recess for tonight and see you here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.